Hold on. Hare Krishna. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Okay, the mic is on. So just do whatever you want. And then connect your, I guess, connect the camera right here. So the live stream can hear. And then outside stream. And the audio can be my phone because I. So you want me to. Just move this here. So what do I start at? There's basically welcome everybody, and then you're going to say that right now. It's going to kick us off, yeah, and then it's going to start off. Okay. We just have to start. It's streaming, isn't it? Huh? Oh, that's fine. Okay. So what should I say though? Say we have you bye. Okay. We'll start with my knowledge. Okay. Okay. So just should just do these listeners.
As we are waiting for our host to come, I propose we start chanting. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vishnu. Namaste. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Radha Shiva Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Can everyone hear? I hope so. Great. We would like to welcome everyone to the Remembrance gathering of His Grace Agnidev Prabhu. Over Prabhu's over 5 decades in Krishna consciousness, he touched the hearts of so many devotees, particularly, of course, through his kirtans, but also through his sincere kindness, compassion, and humility. So we're very grateful to all of you who are gathered today to be able to share memories of Agnidev Prabhu. And to begin here, in person, actually in Salt Lake City, we're going to begin with Vaibhavi Mataji, and then we'll be transitioning to everyone who will be speaking in the order that we have in Zoom. And we just ask that you please, we'll give you a quick message as you're leading up next to be speaking, and we kindly ask that you please stick to about 5 minutes so we can maintain our schedule. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
It's gonna come. Yes. You can see if everyone on the computer.
Hare Krishna Mataji.
Before you get started, we'd like to say, excuse me. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, everybody.
Hare Krishna.
My name is Vaibhavi, and I'd like to just say a few words, my experience of my association with His Grace Agnidev Prabhu. My husband Charu and I knew him way back, late 70s, early 80s. Our experience with him at that time was in connection with the festival that we would take to the universities all over Southern California and into Northern California. We would set up exhibits and have classes, and then Agni Prabhu would do his heavenly singing and present a beautiful atmosphere of bhajans and kirtans. At that time, we knew him well at that time and enjoyed him so much. He was always so happy. Then we came to Utah in the early 80s and hardly saw him much after that, just here and there. Except for the last couple of years, he has been residing here for the last year or two, and he took a lot off our shoulders. He was so inspired to do classes and give classes and kirtans. So Charu therefore was able to get free more to engage himself in his radio programs, and I was able to get free in order to do my artwork. And we were so blessed to have him here because he was always in a state of meditation on Krishna. It was just wonderful. When Charu passed away at the beginning of April, we had a memorial service on his behalf, and Agni was speaking from this same position, podium that I'm speaking from now. And I was curious why he's slowing down. He was speaking about Charu, and then he was singing the prayers to the departed Vaishnavas. And he was slowing down, and I was a little concerned. When he walked away, he walked towards me and Krishna Prastaya, and he started to waver and totter at that point. So, as far as I can tell, that was the beginning of his stroke. And he must have been allegiance with Charu in some way, because ultimately within a very short time, Agni also passed. So I think they must have gone back home hand in hand. Um, both of them Krishna conscious. Thiru was always Krishna conscious. Later on in his life, he was always thinking of how to serve and preach, and Agni was really absorbed in the books. He would give lovely classes, especially Chaitanya Charitamrita classes. And so we were fortunate to have that blissful association of both of them in their state of consciousness just before they passed, and we of course miss them enormously now. We pray. We're not praying for them because we know they're fine. Krishna just took them. We have to pray for ourselves that we'll somehow go on without them, but in remembrance of them with deep affection. Hare Krishna.
Haribol. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, bear with us as we're getting set up with our technology. We'd like to introduce an illustrious speaker, Ranat Swami, to please say some words about Agnidev and his glorification. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Good. Could anyone hear me? Yes. Most definitely. Vanshakalpatarubhyascha kripat sindhubhya eva cha patitanam bhavanibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Hare Krishna. I am very grateful and very honored to have this opportunity to speak briefly on this most beloved, empowered Vaishnava Agnidev Prabhu. Agnidev Prabhu truly was foundational for generations of our movement, representing the culture of authentic devotional kirtan. I am remembering when I was traveling and doing outreach preaching in America, I would often come to Laguna Beach, and Agnidev had heard about me because I was for several years doing all-night kirtan at the New Vrindavan community. And I had such honor and respect for Agnidev Prabhu because I would listen to tape recordings of his beautiful bhajans and kirtans. So that from the very beginning became like the foundation of our relationship, is discussing kirtan. And we would, whenever we would meet, we would usually spend hours singing and discussing the bhajans, the prayers of Thakur Bhakti Vinod and Narottam Das Thakur. And we would see his emotions, witnessing the tears really springing from his heart when we would discuss the pure, unalloyed, ecstatic devotional sentiments of Bhakti Vinod Thakur and Narottam Das Thakur. And sometimes we would discuss one prayer, Amara Jivana, or Gopinath, and that was our relationship. And of course, in discussing the beautiful prayers, the knowledge, the philosophy, and the ecstatic sentiments of our acharyas, we would be overwhelmed with gratitude to Srila Prabhupada, who so purely presented to us this culture of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And as Vaibhavi Devi so beautifully shared, Agnidev was a great Vaishnav absorbed in the culture and teachings of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. And I know there's a shortage of time, but I'd like to speak one incident. We were in Sri Mayapur Dham together, and we were invited to take prasad, just the two of us, Agnidev Prabhu and myself, at the house of His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada's granddaughter, Gauri Devi. She had a little apartment there um, with her husband and family, and she lived right close to the river Ganga. And she cooked by herself, Gauri and her auntie, who was also a relative of Srila Prabhupada. They cooked a feast of traditional, authentic Bengali prasad. And of course, we all know that Dave was a great connoisseur and proponent of prasad distribution, established restaurants in so many places in Laguna Beach, later in Cruza. And as we were just looking at this Bengali prasad, remembering from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita various preparations that Sachimata would cook for Lord Chaitanya and Raghava Pandit. And we saw those same preparations on the plates in front of us. After that prasad, we spent practically the whole day just absorbed in remembering the Bengali culture of kirtan and prasad. And Agnidev truly was and forever will be one of my very, very dearest friends, my very dearest god brothers. And, his seeking of the essence of true bhakti in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's line really went to the essence, beyond any sectarian boundaries. He's just a true Vaishnava and a true friend. And the legacy of his kirtan and how it has inspired devotees all over the world, I pray that will continue forever. Thank you very much.
Haribo! Thank you so much, Radhanath Swami, for this wonderful kickoff to this memorial. There's a little bit of an echo here, so please forgive us. So next up, we have an 8-minute video that was prepared on the final days and life of Agnidev Prabhu that will be playing here soon. But I also wanted to say that we're going to be organizing a schedule on this lovely first day of Purushottam month, very auspicious. It was no coincidence that we picked this day to have this wonderful, amazing gathering of so many exalted Vaishnavas remembering their god brothers. So after the 8-minute video, would like to invite His Grace Jananand Swami to be the next speaker. So we'll play the video now, and then Jananandana Swami will go ahead. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
It's customary in our national culture when some voting passes, there's a song that's been written just for the occasion. We have a song for every occasion, but this song is written by one of our previous I've sang this.
Hare Krishna.
This video highlighted Agnidev Prabhu's last kirtan at Charu Prabhu's memorial.
Standing before the group of devotees, he offered this bhajan very powerfully, with deep feeling, tears carried with farewell, remembrance, prayer.
What none of
What
us
none of us
understood
understood
is in
is
that
in that
moment,
moment, Agnidev stroke already taking the slowing of sleep, the shifting gaze, the loss of balance, the moments of leaning heavily on the podium, as his body gradually started to respond, selling parts of pretty.
Looking back now, it was almost unbearably sacred. That while singing the departure song for a beloved godbrother, he may have also unknowingly been singing his own farewell. Jayani lo premadana karuna prachur. Farewell Rupa Goswami. Farewell Sanatan Goswami. Farewell Agnidev Prabhu. We would like to now invite His Holiness Janananda Swami to speak.
Hare Krishna.
So what happened? There. You have to stay there.
Good. Hare Krishna. Any here?
Yes.
Yes. This is someone congregations. Christians and others. Good to celebrate today on this memorable occasion. I feel like the whole inception of the wonderful Vaishnava glorify Agnidev Prabhu. And my association with Agnidev Prabhu. During a period of time, during the closest period of time, we spent a year or two with this student. We fell in love with him, and we stayed here with us, and we declared long Christian life for more than 1 year. And we were so blessed and so fortunate today, as we speak, we take time together, our hands together. And talking together, reading together, hearing together, going on the streets together. And we feel like that will go on forever. And this last 4 days, here in my had a Remembrance kick on air. For Agnidev Prabhu, because of those who recently passed away, remembered him. And as was said earlier, it was very appropriate on the first day. So we should come and ask together. When I think of Agnidev Prabhu, I remember this. And Sri Satchidananda Bhakti for the reasons they will tell the Vaishnava whatever is still in song. Vaishnavas, what I did and they didn't try to spread the holy life of man. Is a typical perfect example of this. I think this subject of legacy will come up probably in many devotees' remembrance or in heart remembrance every day prayer this evening. But this is the shrine of the great soul. And every devotee is great. Those devotees who come and they leave a legacy, something which in the future inspires devotees. We may make a few disciples, we may stay for the people, to do whatever we can to share Prabhupada's mission. The great soul like Agnidev Prabhu is their guidance in every generation to come. Who knows how long? It's so wonderful. We're so inspired. Can't remember Agnidev Prabhu. So simple. When I saw that video just now, that Agnidev Prabhu fell in love conference. It's so exciting that here in France, everywhere we go, we have this conference, and we will be here time. And it is so fortunate just to remember because it's so purifying our hearts. Enthusiasm, it's so deep and so heartfelt. Whenever you hear and sing God hands always with this very moment on the street, so focused, so pure, and so inspiring. So we'd like to thank you very much. And having this wonderful association, continue in that foster, small time, and Krishna desire once and for all here to France. And we pray that He will bless us with this slight taste of that love. The holy name, sweet Master
Thank you very much, Janandana Maharaj. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
So now we'd like to invite Gopaswami to speak about Agnidev Prabhu. Are you unmuted, Gopaswami? Wonderful.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Maharaj.
All right.
Please.
Hare Krishna.
Hare
You
Krishna.
cannot see me, but I don't have a video. So, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Dear devotee friends and honor honorary God brothers, I want to thank you, Krishna Prasaya Mataji, first for inviting me to the gathering of devotees sharing their remembrances in appreciation and love for Agnidev Prabhu. Here in New Mayapur and in Paris, in France, we hosted Agnidev Krishna Prasaya for more than a year, 2 or 3 years ago. And immediately they captivated the heart of all devotees here in France. It was like a very spontaneous, immediate, heartfelt connection. Agnidev Prabhu became immediately, he was a spiritual leader every single morning and evening programs. And also for me, I will briefly say that it was special, in different ways. I have always been very impressed by those fantastic devotees coming from America in the early days to start Sri Prabhupada's mission in France. And thus, then after they all left, and then 40 years later, one of the main legends of the 70s was coming back again to France. Oh, Agnidev. And I remember in our van with Indra Swami on Sankirtan, we were quasi daily listening to the tape of, the Sundarati of Agnidev Prabhu with wellwishers. Those were the only tape we had at this time. And then, Agnidev Prabhu became now in France, again. He became my new devotee friend, from America, and little brother, big brother. And he was great indeed. I do feel that Lord Chaitanya was manifesting himself through Agnidev's voice. Yes, his voice would transport us immediately into the transcendental world and times of Lord Chaitanya without, artificial endeavor. He was very natural, you could feel no pride. He was an authentic devotee. And not only when he was singing, but when he was speaking, he's commenting on the Acharyas and Prabhupada, his classes were so simple, straight to the point, pure Parampara. Oh, those eyes, when Agnidev Prabhu speaks, you can just sit down peacefully and open your ear and your heart. You know it's going to be, the pure message. His singing, his speaking, his friendly connection with us. Oh, Agnidev Prabhu. So I will stop here and I remain all of you your Haribo.
Haribo. Thank you very much, Gopaswami. Continuing on with the French Yatra, we'd like to invite Nuhari Prabhu to speak next. Nuhari Prabhu, are you on? We see you. Please unmute and start your offering. Thank you very much. Nuhari Prabhu? Okay, so we're waiting for Nuhari Prabhu to queue up. Since he's not available just yet, We can actually just read an offering. This is from Panchatattva Prabhu in Seattle. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindhubhyaiva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavnebhyo namo namaha. Dear God brothers, God sisters, assembled devotees and friends, Dandavat Pranam. I have been asked to share a few words about my esteemed friend and God brother, His Grace Agnidev Prabhuji. Agnidev was my senior God brother and a very dear friend. Although Krishna did not bring us together until later in life, we quickly became close. While devotee association is always a priceless gift, a personal connection like ours is a special blessing. Agnidev and I could talk for hours, always with Krishna at the center of our conversations, a rare gift for which I'm deeply grateful. Agnidev was decorated with many wonderful devotee qualities, most notably his deep attraction to the holy name. Krishna blessed him with a sublime voice, charisma, and the intensity to carry Nam Prabhu across the globe, following the instructions of our acharyas and Srila Prabhupada. The true beauty of Agnidev Prabhu was that despite his immense talent and ability to engage everyone in chanting, he remained unchanged. He was the rock star of our devotee community, and yet he stayed grounded in humility. While Pratishtha is a challenge for many, Agnidev simply accepted what Krishna gave him and used it in his service. Consequently, Krishna used him in truly magical ways. By the grace of Yogamaya, he traveled constantly. It was as if he held a frequent flyer ticket issued by Mahaprabhu himself. I will end here, though I know much more could be said and will be shared today. I consider myself blessed to have had his friendship and forever grateful to Srila Prabhupada for bringing us together. Safe travels, my friend. I miss you terribly. In service and love, Panchatattva Das. Haribol. Thank you. So, continuing with our Vaishnava offerings, is Nurhari Prabhu from London available? Okay, we're going to move to Guru Prasad Swami since he's not available yet. Guru Prasad Swami, are you on and available? And if so, may you please unmute? He's not on yet, so we'll move on to our next esteemed guest. We'd like to invite Bhakti Marg Swami to please offer your memories. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, and for including me in this great event. I'd like to offer my respectful obeisances to Krishna Prashad, a personal associate of Agnidev. And one realization I had about Agnidev was that over the many decades when devotees have been enacting 24-hour kirtans, focusing on the Maha Mantra, Agnidev was always part of those events, but he kept alive for the longest time these great bhajans that many of us got to learn in the early 70s. We don't hear them very often, at least I don't, not like it was in those old times. So I thank him very much for doing that. My offering is a poem, and I'm addressing him directly in this poem called Agni Dev. Your name indicates fire. There's power in your one-man choir, a voice that burns sin and steals the heart, inspiring others to a singing jump start. The smoothness of your voice, God-given by his choice. The maker gave the talent, you cooperated. That's brilliant. Like all of us, you had ups and downs. To overcome, you went to the towns and delivered those bhajans to the Americans, the Russians, to the Aussies and Europeans, to the Latinos and the Indians, always keeping that straight face while rolling off the tongue an oral lace, and a richness like the color purple, recognizable in the kirtan circle. Purple is a mix of red and blue. Red for passion, blue for cool. It was my fortune to be your buddy at the beach in homeland Trinidad, where you preach, and Canada too, with lake water fresh, whether salty or sweet, was good on the flesh. You have made Prabhupada smile. We'll remember you for a long while. From the top of a song, of course, right to the end of the chorus. With your service cut out for you in the divine realm where cows moo, I'm confident a seat awaits you there, a special place. So dear bro, do take care. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Your prose is always so thoughtful and so sweet. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Your prose is always so thoughtful and so sweet and perfectly captures the essence of your godbrother. Thank you very much. So we'd like to move on next to Panchagoda Prabhu. If you'd like to unmute and go next. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry, Panchagoda Prabhu. If you can please pause, we'll go with Guru Prasad Swami next. Thank you for your understanding. Guru Prasad Swami, are you available? Okay, we actually, Guru Prasad Swami, since it's late, your time, that's why we moved you at the forefront. So if you want to go next, I'm sorry, it's my bad, as they say. Please go, and then we'll follow it, Panchagoda Prabhu. Thank you very much.
Agnidev Prabhu ki jai. So, of course, I knew Agnidev Prabhu throughout the years. We would see each other, but myself being tucked away in Latin America, I didn't see many people. But then he called me and he said, I think I'm going to come back. ISKCON was my original home. I think I'm coming back. And I'd like to go to Trinidad to make it my base. Um, so we made a plan that I would come with him and we would be together. And so when we arrived, you know, he said that, New York was my birthplace, my spiritual birthplace, Trinidad, my bodily birthplace. And I said, now your residence is in Kirtan Ras, in Vrindavan. So, but every day, the culture we grow up with sticks with us. And so every day we would have a Trinidadian dish. That's where I'm at right now. And I'm also sorry I'm late. I got the time mixed up. And but we were doing a Kirtan Mela in honor of Agnidev Prabhu. So I just came from that. So, then he was very enlightened, although Trinidad is not always the most active place for, things happening in Krishna consciousness. It's a great place if you want to rest. And Agnidev Prabhu was so determined when he came here that he would, go out on Harinam Sankirtan with two devotees or one devotee, sometimes alone, just totally, totally dedicated to the holy name. And he was temple president here for a while, and he was just amazing how, in spite of very difficult circumstances, he always maintained, sometimes, he would get his feathers ruffled a little bit, but always totally determined to push the holy name. And, I remember the first songbook, Srila Prabhupada said that the Kirtan Ras is the safest place in the three worlds. And Agnidev Prabhu was the person who personified that. Every day he would read, he would chant Mangalarti every day in the morning program, every day enlightening the devotees. Even sometimes we would get carried away, we would read from Srila Prabhupada's compilation, Srila Prabhupada's quotes on the holy name, and he would get so absorbed in it. He would be reading for like 20 minutes, I say, everybody else would chant japa. Oh yeah, right. He would get up very early. He would be chanting japa, so he was ready to hear about the holy name. He had already chanted, and everybody else was just coming into orbit. So, but one thing, apart from Trinidad and anything else, I really felt with Agnidev Prabhu, just total genuineness. There was nothing beyond his wonderful personality, totally absorbed in Krishna consciousness. And I always remember one thing he said here in Trinidad, because the Sunday feast has become just a congregational program where they serve local dishes. So he said, this is not the Sunday feast, this is a Sunday meal. So, I tried to take that as a cue to change things, but things don't change very quickly in the Caribbean. And then, he was temple president for some time. He moved on because he was gone. He was temple president. He was gone more than he was here, because once the news got out that he was again circulating in his time, everybody wanted him to come to Rath Yatra. Everybody wanted him to come to the Kirtan Festival. And so finally I said, you're the most absent temple president in history. You're like here for 4 days, then you have to go off to another festival, and you come back, and this is actually took a great toll on his health, because people were just inviting him everywhere. He had a little kind of a blackout in Iowa, and I told him, take it easy, you don't have to accept every invitation. And he said, what can I do? They're inviting me to chant, this is my life. And so, like so many other devotees, they're just so absorbed in their service that they forget about the bodily consideration and bodily conditions. And I wanted to say that definitely Agnidev Prabhu was my favorite Kirtaniya, because his tunes were very easy. Some people when they chant, I can't follow what they're chanting. It's like, stop here, go longer here, and change it. Once I just got used to it, they changed it to another thing. But always, even when he did like more standard Bengali tunes, and his style of chanting was always very, very in the mood of Bengali kirtan, which Srila Prabhupada said is the best kirtan in the world, no doubt. And he would just, even those more complex Bengali melodies, he would make them accessible. Because he always had the rule of giving the holy name. Many people nowadays, they want to enjoy the holy name, but he would enjoy it by giving it to Krishna. And that genuineness is something that, if we're not careful, we can lose it very easily to, as Srila Prabhupada said, instruments are not so important. And, but now I've seen many kirtans are, very musically oriented and not so much. But Agnidev Prabhu was always focused on chanting. And if he saw anybody playing an instrument and not, not chanting or not being absorbed in the holy name, he would tell them to stop. I remember one time he said, he stopped the kirtan and said, "Prabhu, you have to chant." And so this to me is, he has left a legacy which we should enshrine as part of the future of kirtan. Here's someone who just did kirtan as kirtan was meant to be. And Srila Prabhupada, in so many places, he emphasized this. So I personally would like to make a vow that I will get all of Agnidev Prabhu's kirtans, and every time I see an aspiring kirtaniya, say, if you want to learn kirtan, listen to this, along with Srila Prabhupada course, chanting. So anyways, this is some thoughts I had. Such a wonderful devotee, such a great loss, such a great gain for him, because anyone so absorbed in the holy name, there's only one destination, which is Goloka Vrindavan, Goloka Premanand, Harinam, Sankirtan, to go back where it came from. So thank you all very much for your attention. Srila Prabhupada, Ki Jai, Agnidev Prabhu, Ki Jai.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. We'd like to now invite Panchagoda Prabhu to speak.
Thank you. His Grace Agnidev Prabhu Ki Jai. Yes, he came to Vrindavan not too long ago, and he wanted to lead the Mongol Arti, Vibhava Yeshesha, very beautifully. I'll say that the Guru Puja, I don't know if you know, but in Vrindavan, Guru Puja is like a festival every day. And he always has that beautiful smile. He says, very inspired by Srila Prabhupada's kirtan. It was amazing how Prabhupada so clearly and so wonderfully would sing the holy name, just as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ordered, incessantly chant Harinam. And all of us were very fortunate to hear, as we heard Guru Prasad Maharaj say, the inspiring kirtans of Agnidev Prabhu. He was traveling around the world, attending all the Harinams, and whenever we come to Vrindavan, everyone would be in great happiness. So this is empowerment. This is like Shakti Vaishnava in the sense that anyone who's empowered to spread the holy name, he's empowered by the Lord. And we're very fortunate to have had such a wonderful association. Of course, his recordings are there. We can continue hearing his sweet melodious voice. So we pray to Krishna Balaram and blessings for Sri Vrindavan now. I'm sure he's in a very good place, and all of us will miss him dearly. His Grace Agnidev Prabhu Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Panchagoda Prabhu. We'd now like to invite Rameshwar Prabhu to speak. And of course, Rameshwar Prabhu and Agnidev Prabhu had so much time early in the early days of Laguna Beach. So Rameshwar Prabhu, we turn it over to you.
Allowing me this attempt to sing his praises. For me, how do you process and express what he made our hearts feel. To me, he was like Harinam personified. He was so qualified to represent the holy names. During the years that we served together, there was a favorite verse that we shared in Chaitanya Charitamrita. If you'll allow me, because I know how much this meant to him. Goswami wrote this. I do not know how much nectar the two syllables Krishna have produced. When the holy name of Krishna is chanted, it appears to dance within the mouth. We then desire many, many mouths. When the name enters the holes of the ears, we desire many millions of ears. And when the holy name dances in the courtyard of the heart, it conquers the activities of the mind, and therefore all the senses become inert. One of his favorite texts from Chaitanya Charitamrita. But I wanted to share with you some pastimes that you may not or may not associate with Agni. When I was a GBC in the Western United States, there were many issues that arose, and one of them, it was very awkward, but devotees in one particular area thought that they could take something that comes from something simple and purify it, like, how shall I say it, taking money from people that were selling intoxicants and drugs and so on, and washing it and laundering it through ISKCON. Prabhupada hated this when this news came out. He said, you have to purify this. This has to end. It was so intense. And that's when Krishna guided me to select Agnidev to suddenly go to that region, which was Laguna Beach, and totally rectify, like a spiritual leader, purify and rectify the whole activities of that temple. In fact, reestablish that temple. Reestablish the purity of that temple. Rebuild that temple. Build new altars. Agnidev went there and totally got rid of all of that impurity, the drug dealing, everything. He was a great leader in that respect, which many devotees don't associate with him. He also, when he went there, we discussed that he felt he had to invite the deities of Sri Sri Panchatattva, and that would really totally end any impurity in the Laguna Beach. And so we did this amazing deity installation. He set up the temple, we set up the altars, and they became his favorite deities. And so he has that type of leela in his repertoire that's not necessarily a Harinam, sweet Harinam personified kirtan here, but it is going to purify a temple leader, establishing a temple, establishing deities of Panchatattva. And I just thought it's important that you know that side of Agnidev. Very empowered side. We think of him so much as a simple, pure-hearted devotee. But what he really was in his heart was a Prabhupada man. He loved Srila Prabhupada. He was so obedient and wanting to do everything the way Prabhupada wanted it to be. To me, he personified this text that if you're really associating with God, you look at everything the way God sees it. Agnidev tried to look at everything the way Prabhupada saw it. And that's what he carried in his heart as a leader, as a temple president, and as a devotee that was given a very, very, very difficult task to clean out one of the great vices of Kali Yuga. And he And that side of Agni should also be known. And bringing Panchatattva to the continental United States, that side of Agni should be known. So those are my memories. I have many memories with Agni. We served together for years, and we would see each other afterwards for years, have these conversations, as you all have had. But specifically, that side of Agnidev is not widely recognized, known, and appreciated. And I carry visions of that always when I think of Agni, along with the sweetness of the holy names that he taught me how to relish. Thank you very much for letting me glorify this great soul. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Rameshwar Prabhu, for sharing those memories. We'd now like to invite Tripurari Maharaj to please speak if possible.
I'd like to thank the devotees who organized this gathering and the non-sectarian spirit that I think it exemplifies, which very much corresponds with Agnidev's non-sectarian spirit. I have, that said, speak a little bit about my relationship with Agnidev that is, I believe, unique in that, well, to begin with, I guess I'll speak about it historically. I think Agnidev, we were born the same year and very closely to the day as well. And he joined, I think, the same time I did, although he joined in New York later. Some of the devotees from the New York side came to New York, and that's where our sons were starting the early years of my spiritual journey. And he wanted me then, since a kid to hear. I, of course, at the behest of Rameswar, came traveling preacher in Israel, and also Prabhupada still permanent ashram. So that said, I got to know Agni more closely in Guru Beach, which Rameswar was referred to, and I did in Los Angeles, and it was a very character building time for Agnidev to take on the challenge that Rameswar spoke about there. And when I visited there, Agni expressed to me that he was challenged by the task that was given to him, but furthermore by the fact that there were other leaders, even sannyasis, who would come to Guru Beach, and they had their hand out, if you will, which they shouldn't have. And so he was experiencing this conflicting behavior, if you will, standards. And he was quite sure on his own that he knew what to do, what he was there for, but he asked me and to weigh in, and I had no appetite for what was going on there whatsoever. And I encouraged him and spoke to him in such a way that he told me, gave him further courage to proceed and do what he did there, which was, as Rameswar Prabhu said, was very extraordinary. That was the beginning of our relationship. Of course, the Guru Beach became one of the most famous temples in all of ISKCON. But at that time, from then on, our relationship with Agni was one in which he later would very much often refer to me in a somewhat embarrassingly unfortunately, speaking about Agni, my relationship with him inevitably sheds a bit of a light on me as well, which I'll try to dim as much as possible. But I think that there might be a comparison that would be interesting and worth bringing up. History, as you know, doesn't exactly repeat itself in a lot of rhymes, and our relationship, my relationship with Agni, is in some ways rhymes with the relationship between Akinchit Krishnadas Babaji and Bhakti-Raj Jivadev Goswami Maharaj, two great disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who were both dear friends also of Srila Prabhupada. Akinchit Krishnadas Babaji, of course, was famous for his kirtan, and he went everywhere. Every door was open to him wherever he went on the basis of his kirtan. And he had a very, very close relationship with Pujya Srila Maharaj. Dear Krishna Das, from the year became Bhakti Sundar, Bhakti Sundar, oh, forget his sister's last name now I could, but at any rate, Sudhir Bhakti Sundar Goswami Maharaj. As dear Krishna Maharaj, he had a penchant for kirtan, and he heard that Krishnadas Babaji Maharaj was at the mob of Pujya Srila Maharaj across the Ganga from Mayapur, so he went to record him. And he said that he recorded it. Babaji Maharaj said, that is not the teaching. The teaching is not that you record my kirtan, but that you do kirtan yourself. And I think that although Agni was recorded widely and well, very much benefited by that and come to know him through that, that was also his spirit. He was not that as much interested in being recorded. That was a byproduct of his kirtan, but engaging in kirtan and seeing others to sing. But Babaji Maharaj, on this occasion, when Bhakti Sudhir wanted to record him, he said, if you want to record something, come with me, take him upstairs to the veranda where Pujya Srila Maharaj said, record what he said. So, and Srila Maharaj in turn would then glorify the kirtan of Babaji Maharaj. So, we had a similar relationship. Agni very much liked my kata and lectures and so forth, and I was very much appreciative of his kirtan. We very much complimented one another in many ways. And later, over the years, of course, by force of circumstances, and heart searching and so forth, I found myself serving separately for the institution of ISKCON, Great International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And as it turned out, Agnidev and I were much connected at that period, and during that period. And it was on my way, finding my way, if you will, get some footing outside of a society that gave so much support and footing and so on. I was on my way to India, and I thought I would spend maybe the better part of my life in India writing and so forth. And I stopped into Eugene, Oregon, where Agni had opened a his restaurant. I think this is something that hasn't been mentioned yet. In that new British temple, of course, Agni began the first Govinda's restaurant, which Prabhupada liked that idea of having restaurants throughout along with the kirtan, along with the temples and so forth. And that was the Gujarat restaurant's big success there in the beach. Later, he was outside of, anyways, went through exchanges and so forth with Prabhupada's departure. And found himself separated from the main temple, the open temple, Govinda's restaurant in Santa Cruz, which was successful, but then he thought, along with his associate Pushpananta and also a great kirtan here, to relocate the restaurant in Eugene, Oregon, which is north of California, is a college town. And I was on my way, as I say, to Eugene. I stopped in Eugene to visit Agni on my way further south to San Francisco. And he begged me, please, wherever you go, if you go to India, you should have a base here in the United States, and do it here So he pulled on my heartstrings, and on the basis of our relationship, I did so, and with his help, established an ashram in Eugene, Oregon, which, for whatever it's worth, created some problem for him, although he dealt with it very well. That is to say that he got a call from the editor of Back to God magazine and told him that if you're going to have the restaurant there, you're going to be associated with Tripura Marsh, we're going to have to take a name, a listing of your restaurant. Out of the listing in the Back to God, they listed all the temples and where all the women's restaurants were. I'm not trying to, speak disparagingly about discount policy and so forth, but anyway, it was something that he had to face, and he faced it with a very, with the characteristic of his own purity. He replied to that editor, he said, yeah, Maharaj, it's not propaganda, it's purity that, by which the dispensation of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will be further circulated. And so we remained together for some time there. At another point in that Eugene later, if you will, I decided to cease from initiating, which I was doing at the time, and just write in one of the five suitable location for that. I thought I could contribute even better in that way, and I relocated in Northern California, in the redwoods, in the forest, with a couple of devotees, and Adi Abdurudin himself seeing me there, and Eugene sold his restaurant and moved down to the same area, opened a restaurant there. So we were together for many, many years, preaching together and hearing and chanting and so forth. And at a certain point, his long-term marital relationship took unforeseen and unpredictable turn. I was close with his daughters, his wife, and not as close with his son, who was a little more grown up. But at that time, he was out of wedlock, and he consulted with me, as he would always, what to do. And we came up with a plan that he would return to ISKCON in some way, and try to travel and appear in other places where he was known and his kirtan was celebrated and so forth, but hadn't been seen. And so he began, which turned out to be kind of the last part of his manifest presence here, traveling all over the world, throughout, largely throughout ISKCON. And wherever he would go, he would call me from there and ask my advice and tell me the news, and so forth. And I think that in that period, he really returned to. He was able to be all that he was. I think, and it was so appropriate at the last part of his life. I would say that picking up a little bit on Guru Prasad Swami's comments, that his kirtan was very powerful and moving, but he wasn't prominent in the picture of his kirtan, although we all remember him, and it's his kirtan and so forth. He managed to push himself out of the picture and push the holy name into the picture, as if in purpose of the kartals and the mridanga, and his voice itself are all manifestations of Krishna that are to be served, rather than bring attention to ourselves. His kirtan was not about, in any way, bringing attention to himself, but bringing attention to the holy name. And I think that spirit is why, more than his melodic voice and so forth, his kirtan has spread so far and so wide, and so many devotees have been inspired by it and continue to be inspired by it through recordings. I think it's also evident that from this and a number of other gatherings that have been organized so humbly on the event of his passing, that he had endeared himself to Srila Prabhupada and to Krishna. It's really hard to find amongst us someone who has touched so many persons, and then to have been, for it to be organized for them to come forward and speak and so forth, speaks about his significance, the spirituality, and the significance of his contribution. So I appreciate getting an opportunity to say a few words about him. He was a very dear friend and brother of mine, and I'm sure he will be remembered forever as a chapter, a page, a chapter of Gaudiya Vaishnavism that is Prabhupada's worldwide Sankirtan campaign that can only be compared to anything that of Nityananda Prabhu himself in the early days of Gaudiya Vaishnavism. Agnidev Prabhu Ki Jai.
Thank, thank you very much, Maharaj, for your amazing offering and, sharing so many of your deep memories with Agnidev Prabhu. You don't see, the temple hall right now, but his daughter is watching. Nima is right here watching. So thank you. I'm sure she was very personally touched by your memories. So without further ado, we'd like to move on to our next guest speaker, His Grace Badahari Prabhu and Kosharupa Devidasi, if you're available. We'd like to ask you to unmute. A living Kirtaniya legend. Please go ahead, Badahari Prabhu. Thank you.
Thank you, dear devotees. It's wonderful to be in your presence, and thank you all for sharing. I had the good fortune of being Agnidev's harmonium player, and as Rameshwar mentioned, there were some very big difficulties in Laguna Beach, California. That was in 1976 or so, when the whole thing kind of crashed and burned, and Agnidev was sent to Laguna to clean things up, to pick things up. And I was also sent there at that time, so I got to be with Agni for about 10 years while he was temple president in Laguna Beach. And it wasn't an easy time. The whole city of Laguna Beach really didn't like us. Surprise, surprise. And it was kind of lonely times in one sense. And we were going out every day and distributing books, and we would do festivals. But Agni kept us going, as everybody mentioned, with the bhajans. I was so grateful to. He was constantly listening to Bengali kirtan. He was listening to devotees like Sagamya and Murari Hari and many others. So he was absorbed in hearing Bengali kirtan, and also the bhajans. So it was so nice for me to learn these bhajans and to sing with him. We would practically every day, as part of the morning program, we would sing bhajans, and we would go to people's homes. We'd go out to the university, different places, and do kirtan. And as it's been mentioned, he obviously is not Bengali by birth, but somehow or other he really absorbed this mood and this flavor of Bengali kirtan. And as Guru Prasad Maharaj mentioned, when he chanted, it was like authentic. It was authentic kirtan, and it felt like Bengali kirtan, but at the same time, it was very approachable. Anyone could follow him. There was a simplicity to it, and I feel like it was really the and Panchatattva was installed, which was pretty miraculous. It wasn't easy dealing with the city in those days. I've got to tell this one story. When we were first there, I don't know, this was maybe 1976, 1977. Yeah, Srila Prabhupada was still with us then. And they were really trying to drive us out. Of course, there was some devotees who had gone to jail, and pretty much the old regime, if you want to call it that, had all left. But the town, the city of Laguna Beach, really wanted to get rid of the Hare Krishnas. So they were pushing really hard, and they would come in to we were in a little house on Ramona Boulevard, just up from Coast Highway at that time, little more beautiful, more tidies. And sometimes, we would have Mangal artsy, but it was with one little pair of cartels, very like this. It's so soft. And one police officer, he had testified in court that on the corner of Coast Highway, which is like about a block away from our place, he had testified that at 4 in the morning he heard this loud crashing of cymbals and banging of drums. He testified in court, and which was weird. You couldn't even hear the kirtan from outside the door, but to speak from a block away. So he gave his testimony, and anyway, one morning, so we're having our little, practically silent Mangal Arti, and the police came in, and they picked Agnidev up and carried him off. Actually went to jail for a very brief time, and they let him go. But it's interesting, during that, when he was in jail, they were questioning him that, you Hare Krishnas, you deal drugs and you do all these things, and he was just telling them, those are not devotees. Those are not real devotees. That's not what we do. We don't believe in that, And after that time that, he had been arrested and went to court, and the, kind of local authorities had a chance to speak with him, they became convinced by his presence that, that was not Krishna consciousness, but Krishna consciousness is actually genuine. They were convinced by his sincerity and his determination. And then they backed off and they let us alone. And although it still was difficult, we couldn't hold public programs in the house over again, and that pushed us to get this Midas church, and so we could again hold public programs. And gradually, I'd say big part through the restaurant, became really appreciated by the city. They would come to the restaurant, we've had former mayors come to the restaurant, and they really began to appreciate us, that we were doing something genuine. So that was, it was a tough 10 years, but it actually turned around, and of course a lot of that was his determination. And again, through all of that, the firepower was just doing kirtan. We were just chanting. We would go on the streets, we would go downtown, and we sang those beautiful bhajans. Actually, I was a recording engineer for one cassette that we produced. So, so I had those wonderful years with Agnidev, and I'm grateful for his association and his inspiration also in my own kirtan. I think that his simplicity and sincerity in the chanting certainly was a big influence in my own So I owe him a great debt. And as everybody said, I'm sure he's going to be with Srila Prabhupada. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Hare Prabhu. Appreciate it. It was so nice to learn more about those tough Laguna days. I just wanted to say that this gathering is, we're all a little bit starstruck in the sense that, these kind of gatherings don't happen so often. And it's just amazing because this is, again, not just for us today, not just for memorializing Agnidev Prabhu, but also for us second, third generation new devotees. We get to learn more about, such an amazing devotee and get this amazing Vaishnava association. So thank you very much. For our next guest speaker, we'd like to invite His Grace Mahabodhi Prabhu to speak. Prabhu, if you want to unmute. There you are. We can't hear you.
How about now?
Perfect.
Let's see. We hear you. We hear you on the Zoom. Okay, good. Please accept my Dandavat pranams. Glory to Srila Prabhupada, wherever you are. I offer my respects to all of my god brothers and all the devotees that are on this wonderful glorification of Srimad Magni Dev. Unlike some of those that have already spoken, um, I'm one of the book distributors that were mostly traveling for the first 7 years of devotional service. We never stayed in the temple more than a couple of days. So when we got to have big successes in our library parties and book distribution, we would come into the temple and there would be kirtans going on, and some of the best kirtans that you'd ever see, wild, dancing, jumping, swinging, that when Agni Dave would be leaving both in New York and Los Angeles, and we come in after, really hard working, and then Agni Dave would be chanting, and the kirtan would just go up higher and higher levels into ecstatic, into like, I remember screaming out, Jai Satchitananda, Gauri! It's like, and Agni just recently reminded me in some of his kirtans that they recorded. All of a sudden, you're hearing this, shouts. Well, he'd be shouting up in the middle of his kirtans. So, we were so appreciative of Agni Dev, and back in those times, in the early parts of the 1970s, that the kirtans were like the liveliest part. It kept everyone together in ecstatic moods, and like Vishnu Chan Swami, Agni Dev was like, for me, it was like the carrier, like the Garuda carrier of the holy name. The holy name is the manifestation of Radha and Krishna, and the holy name chooses, Bhakti chooses who they're going to distribute their love and who's going to represent them. So I think, we were very fortunate to see our God brother and God brothers that, again, empowered by Srila Prabhupada, empowered by Radha Krishna, to be able to carry some banners on behalf of Srila Prabhupada and his Sankirtan movement, which is manifesting before our eyes. So we saw Agni Dev as a people, even my wife had told me when she was like 17 years old, they were, they were in separate countries. They were hearing Agni Dev, and they were bringing up their Radha Krishna consciousness by hearing these wonderful tunes. And like everyone always said, Agni was better than the dead bodies. I remember his won some award in Bengal where all of the So it's not just the tunes that, as already mentioned by some of the devotees, not only his purity, but his desire, I think, which I've already said, in not putting himself forward, but putting the holy name forward, and being the, being represented by chanting. So all those who do kirtan and engage in chanting, always remembering it's the holy name that, that's the important, not the person who's just behind it. But we can all appreciate Agnidev for that purity and his purpose, and how many thousands upon thousands of people that he has affected by, his desire to purely present kirtan. And those of us who enjoy kirtan and to be in kirtan and to chant the holy name all became inspired by seeing the wonderful appreciation, reciprocation that Srila Prabhupada and Hare Krishna had bestowed on Agnidev for his sincere desire to take up the mantle of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's and chanting the holy name. And obviously, he was blessed by our Guru Bharat to be able to do this. So, with great honor and affection, um, he was I offer my most humble dandavats unto Agnidev and pray that, Srila Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya and the Panchatattva bestow their mercy on him wherever he may continue to go in the Sankirtan movement. Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu convey a blessing and give him a place to thoroughly speak. Hare Krishna. Panchatattva Shakti Sindhi Vacha Patita Bhavani Vaishnaviti Namaha. Jai Agnidev Ki Jai.
Jai. Haribol. Thank you. So we'd like to invite Mukunda Prabhu next to speak. Thank you.
Devotees, and especially so many seniors who are on, please forgive me for speaking a little before you. I had a Zoom class earlier. So the iPad is running out. I also have guests in my home, so I'm trying to honor them properly. Also have cooking. I met Agnidev Prabhu first in 1972 at the Candy Street Temple there in Brooklyn. And he was kind enough, I was honoring Prasad just as a guest. And they had just finished making a meal preparation. And so he brought them up to distribute. And it was his famous breadsticks. I don't know if anybody remembers those, but he would make these breadsticks from flour and caraway seeds, and it was like just so astonishing. He was gifted by Srila Prabhupada and the Guru Parampara with so many talents. And so I didn't even mention, obviously, his expertise in kirtan, but his expertise in speaking, his expertise in cooking, his expertise in managing. He was, I think, fully endowed to Srila Prabhupada with all the necessities to inspire and encourage the devotees. My sort of second generation of association on a break from college, I came out and joined the temple in Los Angeles in 1975 while I was on a break from college. And that was the first Bhakta program that was run by Agnidev Prabhu. And I remember Agnidev Prabhu would take the new Bhaktas out for right after your morning chores, and he would take us out all day from, I guess right after those morning chores till about 5 in the evening, where you'd have time enough only to come back and shower and get ready for Sundar Artsy. So, but one of the things I most remember about that time too is that uh, being on the streets of Los Angeles doing Harinasya Kirtan, especially as new Bhaktas, there can be a lot of distraction, just the atmosphere itself. But Agnidev had such an amazing ability, both by his kirtan and by his leadership, to just bring everyone's mind and consciousness back into the purpose, which was to honor and fulfill the desire of Mahaprabhu that this name, as well as and the teachings of the name, would be spread everywhere. But he made sure everybody's consciousness stayed focused on that purpose and did not become distracted by the atmosphere on the streets of Los Angeles. He had that amazing ability both by his kirtan itself, but also by his leadership and his own mood as he was doing finally, about a year and a half ago, he called me and he said, Brother, I've been trying to track you down for over a year. I said, Maharaj, I have not moved. I've been in Alachua for quite some time. He said, I know, but I could not find the number. So somehow, I think one of my disciples in Trinidad got the number and he called and he said, I want to come and stay with you for some time so we can have some discussions. And I think maybe the best time would be during the festival of the Holy Name in Alachua. So usually during every Thanksgiving period, my wife has for the last 20-something years always made a program to invite many devotees to our home and prepares prasadam for them. So I was thinking it was going to be a very busy period. But I told him, and I spoke to my father, that yes, definitely I'd be honored to have Agnidev Prabhu come and stay with us. So we've confirmed everything and that he was going to come and he was going to stay with us. And we've had a chance to talk. And I was working on a book at that time and traveling and preaching quite a bit. And I would have the opportunity to share some of those things. And he said he had some questions about something in the commentaries of the Acharya. So I was just very much looking forward to it. And then suddenly he did not come and I did not hear back from him. And then finally I did get a text and he said he had fallen ill and that he could not travel. So at that time I was thinking, because I know many devotees are getting in their senior age, that this is perhaps the foretelling of the idea that many devotees would be having now more difficulty. And it wasn't long before that, or earlier than that, that Sriman Vikeshwara Pandit Prabhu, who was another great Kirtaniya in our movement, also become ill and eventually passed away. So I was just hoping and praying that whatever was going on would certainly pass by and that a resurgence of his energy and ability to travel and share himself with devotees would return. But then I heard he became ill again in another place, in another place. And then, of course, I was very much appreciative of the 8-minute video that was showed because it was indicative that through all of his personal struggles with health and everything else, that he still was determined to, again, glorify Vaishnavas by glorifying Srimad Acharya Prabhu and also glorify the nature of Lord Vaishnavas in general by singing Jai Premanand and spending his last breath, his last conscious period of Zor in giving such a, because even though he may have been struggling, what I gleaned from that video was that he was giving his full heart and full soul into glorifying a Vaishnava and the tremendous sadness that we sometimes feel when a Vaishnava is passing. And this particular bhajan is the complete embodiment of that, that moment of deep separation at the disappearance of a Vaishnava. And as Guruji, aptly mentioned, at the same time, he was giving us the mercy to hear him glorify the importance of this as he was about to leave himself. So I am always fully indebted both to his early guidance in my life and having the opportunity to meet him, obviously, to share in his not only kirtans, but in his persona as a Vaishnava. So I'm praying that from his perch now seated at the Lord's feet of Srila Prabhupada, who bestows causeless mercy on souls like myself, and I can continue to try to serve the tradition of Srila Prabhupada and Agnidev and our Guru Vargas. Jai Srimad Agnidev Prabhu Ki Jai. Also, all saints of Vaishnava, if you please forgive me. As I mentioned, I was becoming low and I had some guests. So I certainly would not like to violate any etiquette by speaking before so many esteemed senior Vaishnavas of this platform. Jai Guru Prabhu.
Thank you so much. So next we have a audio message from His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. I offer my respectful obeisances to all of you, to Srila Prabhupada, to Agnidev Prabhu. Agnidev Prabhu's passing feels like the closing of a sacred chapter in the history of ISKCON Kirtan. What stands out most to me when I think of him was his steadiness. became an iconic figure at Rath Yatras around the world. Without him, there was always something lacking. There are certain devotees whose presence immediately changes the atmosphere, and he was one of them. When Agnidev led Kirtan, there was gravity, sweetness, and authenticity. His singing carried a traditional Gaudiya mood that touched people very deeply. His mastery was never for performance, it was always a deep offering from his heart. I also appreciated how practical his devotion was. He didn't simply speak philosophy or perform kirtan. He built things for his service. I remember seeing him dressed for building and putting together his restaurants, working in the restaurant diligently in overalls, moving boga from one room to the next, putting things in trays to serve to people. And the prasadam restaurants he developed were remarkable, not just because they succeeded materially, which is rare in the restaurant world, but because they nourished people spiritually. They became oases for people to come and learn about Krishna. He understood that prasadam, kirtan, and sadhusanga transform lives. What especially impressed me was the way he responded to adversity. A few years ago, he experienced a severe physical downturn that would have caused many people to permanently withdraw from active service. But to my surprise, Agnidev Prabhu bounced back with extraordinary determination and returned to what I can only describe as a tidal wave of service. His resilience revealed his deep faith. He didn't merely survive difficulty, he transformed it into renewed dedication. For those of us who knew him personally as a friend and godbrother, there's naturally a feeling of loss. We will all miss him. I miss hearing his kirtans, but I've been playing the recordings and remembering how he changed the face of kirtan and the movement. I'll miss him seeing inspiring crowds at Rath Yatras and other gatherings. But more than sadness, I feel gratitude. Gratitude that Krishna allowed us to associate with such a devoted soul. I hope to be back with him again, following his kirtan somewhere in a Rath Yatra. Agnidev Prabhu leaves behind more than recordings, memories, and accomplishments. He leaves behind an example. Stay attached to the holy name. Hear Krishna Katha always. Serve with determination and continue despite all obstacles. Thank you, Agnidev Prabhu, for your association. And way to go. Yes. Nicely done. This offering comes from my heart, and Her Grace Nirkula Devi Dasi, my wife, also has concurred with all the feelings in this offering. Hare Krishna.
Haribol. There's a little bit of feedback here. I hope everyone can hear me. For our next guest speaker, we'd like to invite Harivilas Das to please unmute and speak.
Srila Prabhupada, just humble obeisances to all the Vaishnava devotees that are hearing this. And I feel very humbled in your company and all the people that have spoken already. It only shows how wonderful Agnidev is and will be forever in the halls of the Krishna conscious movements. I knew Agnidev when I invited him to come to Seattle. I heard that he was not involved in any temple, and I invited him to come, and he did come, and he spent some time. Of course, he was being asked all the time by other temples and festivals and so forth, but he did spend some time
Seattle, and he and I became friendly, and I was always very impressed by his wonderful kirtan and his dedication to Prabhupada. That meant to me something very special to see such a person so dedicated to Prabhupada and so determined to spread the pure chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. He was capable of making the heart throb when he would chant and definitely touch people's hearts and touch people's desire to hear more and more of such sweet kirtan. So I thank Krishna for letting me associate for some time with Agnidev Prabhu. I know he's with Prabhupada right now. I know he is chanting wonderful kirtans, and I hope also to meet him again and continue chanting with him. So I don't want to say too much more. I think that he was such a exceptional person because of his love for Srila Prabhupada, and that makes the, the whole idea of chanting with love and devotion for a pure devotee, and that's who Agnidev was, a pure devotee chanting the holy names of the Lord. Thank you very much. Om Krishna Agnidev Prabhu Ki Jai.
We'd now like to invite Laguna Beach's current temple president, Tukaram Prabhu, to please share.
We're very honored and humbled to be with all you great souls. I think that the reason we were requested to speak is because we're here and living in the now. And as Rameshwar Prabhu mentioned, and Tripuran Maharaj, and Bhadahari Prabhu, and others, Laguna Beach is such a big part of Agnidev Prabhu's life. And so I wanted to just briefly share a little bit about the history of Laguna Beach and of Agnidev Prabhu's involvement. Of course, I wasn't here during that time. I've been here for 28 years now, solid at the temple, but Agnidev Prabhu's time was about a decade before ours. And so, but I've done some studying over the decades, and I have some interesting things concerning Srila Prabhupada and Agnidev Prabhu that I think may be a glorification of Agnidev Prabhu and also be uh, appreciated by other devotees. So I guess I'll start. We had a program for Agnidev Prabhu on 8/3, just right after he passed away. And a couple hundred devotees came together in Laguna Beach. It was, very nicely attended. And we had a guest speaker. His name was Hari Parsha. He was a Sanskrit scholar. And he knew Agnidev, but he also just being a pundit, he mentioned, the Rig Veda starts with the verse Agni Ile Purohitam. It's the first verse of the first hymn of the Rig Veda, the most ancient Sanskrit literature. And it's I praise Agni, who's the Purohit. And so Purohit comes from, Purohit means the priest, but it's two words, Pura, coming before, and Hita, to benefit. So the Purohit is the one who sits in front of you and performs the yajna for your benefit. And so that person is the Purohit. But that's the Purohit from the human side. There's also a Purohit from the Deva side, the one who sits in front of all the Devas and accepts the offerings on their behalf. And that, of course, is Agni. So Agni Ile Purohitam. Purohit is Pura Gatva Yakam Karoti Iti Purohita. It's like a Sanskrit definition of Purohit, the one who comes before you and does things for your benefit. And so Agni
incredible string band who chant Hare Krishna. Of course, it was George Harrison with my support. But unbeknownst to me, I was so recently learned this song. Stevie Wonder did a song in 1976 called Pastime Paradise. And he had heard Agnidev, who moved to LA recently prior to this, chanting on the streets and invited him to come. And it was a Grammy Award winning album, very highly applauded. And you could hear the Hare Krishna mantra chant on that album. And the cartels were playing on the album as well. And so, maybe second to a couple of these other really big songs, it's one of the largest global Sankirtan efforts in the history of the world in terms of popularity and the young people who heard of it. Okay, so that was a little bit on that. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was in 1969, more devotees were being made in Laguna Beach that were moving to LA to join the ashram than even in Los Angeles. And Gardamundi was involved, and Srila Prabhupada was in LA at La Cienega at the time. It was a real-time expansion of the Hare Krishna movement. And Prabhupada and Gardamundi got together and they sent devotees to different places. They sent Tulsi Das to San Diego, they sent Bhaktivedanta Swami to Santa Barbara, and they sent Durlab and Kaushalya to Laguna Beach. And they moved into a little rented house on Moon Drive and lived with a man named Stubby for about a month, who was living there on Moon Drive, and then they got their own place. And this would have been in January of 1970. They got their own place. And Laguna Beach was important enough that the original Panchatattva painting in Los Angeles was sent to Laguna Beach. And this painting was made by Jadharani, and it has an amazing history. There was a Bengali calendar artist who was active in the 20s and 30s named Brajan Acharjee. And he did a painting of Panchatattva that Prabhupada brought with him in 1965 when he came to the US. And his first follower, Haridas Brahmachari Harnakonan, who met Prabhupada in 65 and introduced him to a lot of the people that came to be his original disciples. Haridas was initiated a little later in 1967. Udmalati and Shamsundar and his, at that time, girlfriend, Harsharani, Haridas's girlfriend. Prabhupada asked him to paint this painting, and Haridas was a very well-regarded artist who won a number of awards and taught art, but he was a landscape artist, so he didn't do a good job, and Prabhupada eventually then showed the same painting to Jadharani and had him paint the original deity of ISKCON. It was a Panchatattva painting. And according to Jadharani, she decided to paint that painting. Prabhupada stood over me and told me every single brushstroke to do. Everything to do, Prabhupada painted that painting. And that's the famous Panchatattva painting. It was the original deity in ISKCON. Somehow it came to Los Angeles, it was on the altar in LA, and it was sent by Srila Prabhupada. I don't have confirmation of this, but it was on the altar in La Cienega. Prabhupada was living in Los Angeles, and the painting was sent down to Laguna Beach. Anyway, the devotee shows just how important Laguna Beach was to Srila Prabhupada. He would send a deity down to Laguna Beach. Devotees were sent to San Diego and Santa Barbara, but the only one who was sent a deity was Laguna Beach. And so Durlab and Kashaya moved into a house with somebody, rented their own place on Moon Drive, and then eventually a follower of Siddhaswrutananda Prabhupada disciple, Suruchi, she moved up to LA with Santaj. She had a house on Ramona, and she let the boys take over the rent. So the boys moved into that house on Ramona in March of 1970. March of 1971, excuse me. And they took over that house, and they were renting it. And that house was not zoned for public programs. And so within a couple of years of the injunction in 1973 against doing public programs, it was a very difficult time. This comes history, other things that have been mentioned by the devotees, so I won't go over them again. But Prabhupada visited in 1972, again in 1975. Prajita came, did a 40-day water fast in 1974 and installed portable diabetes. But by 1976, things had fermented and reached a bit of a fever pitch. And the city was really coming down on ISKCON for conducting public programs. Public programs were stopped for some time. Agnidev was brought in talk of selling the temple property, which recently they paid off. But Prabhupada weighed in Calcutta in early 1977 just after Kumbh Mela, and the property was saved. Agni began doing public programs again, Nityananda Trayosi, at least according to those who were here at that time that I've interviewed. And then there was Ronald Kaufman, who was a bail bondsman, and he found the current property of the temple, which is on Avenue, and it was zoned for religious purposes, R1 zoning, religious zoning. And Agnidev oversaw the transfer of the Ramona property to the current property, which meant that the Hare Krishna movement could go on forever in Laguna Beach, unmolested by the police and not having injunctions against it. It was a huge service that he did of overseeing that transfer to the current property that, we're so grateful to him for. Such a valuable thing and fulfilling Prabhupada's desire to have a presence in Laguna Beach. And Prabhupada had told many people, the original GBCs, Jayatita was a GBC before, Gurandhar, Prabhupada told Durlab as well. This was kind of commonly known by everybody at this time, that Laguna Beach was a place where fallen yogis congregate, because so many memories were made here, and also that Laguna Beach would be the first Krishna conscious town. These were things that Prabhupada had said to several people, got around, were not reported, but they're part of the legacy of Prabhupada's comments on Laguna Beach. Anyway, the other thing I wanted to mention in this regard is that although that Panchatattva painting left Laguna in 1977, the deities were installed in Laguna Beach, and we've always felt that Agnidev Prabhu oversaw that. A donation was gotten by Stavapriya from a person named Bill, and the Fate Museum was contacted, and the deities of Panchatattva were installed at the current property. And I always felt that Prabhupada's desire, Prabhupada sent this very dear painting. Both times he came, when Prabhupada came in 72 and 75, he looked down on those deities, that painting, for a long period of time. And according to multiple witnesses, Prabhupada was speaking. So it might have been prayers, or he might have been speaking to the deity, but it was a long period of time with Prabhupada's mouth moving and speaking inaudibly and looking very, very intensely at the deity. Those deities left, but Agnidev Prabhu brought actual three-dimensional devotees of Panchatattva and installed them in Laguna Beach. And all the devotees here are so grateful for doing that. And we feel that in many ways he brought Prabhupada's desire, Prabhupada's gift of Panchatattva to Laguna Beach to life, because he took the painting and that painting became a full set of deities that have been worshipped here for the last going on 50 years, just a little less. And so we're so grateful to Agnidev Prabhu for his manless service, for securing the property in Laguna Beach that the programs could go on forever, and for installing Panchatattva. Agnidev Prabhu ki jai. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Tukaram Prabhu, for sharing these deep memories and history from Laguna Beach. We'd now like to turn it over to Ashram Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Heartfelt Dandava pranams to all the devotees, many of whom are old friends and acquaintances. I was trying to think how do you do this in 5 minutes? Along with being my favorite kirtan singer in ISKCON for a very long time, Agnidev Prabhu was one of my friends. I got to be one of his friends. And I think it's probably the case with anyone who got to know him a little bit, that we felt like we were one of his most intimate friends. There's probably several hundred devotees around the world who feel like that. And they're probably right, just as with
Krishna and his cowherd boyfriends, each of the cowherd boys feels that he's Krishna's most intimate friend, and each and every one of them is absolutely correct. When I say Agnidev is my favorite kirtan singer, the first thing I hear every morning is an Agnidev kirtan. The alarm on my phone for, I think, as long as I've had a smartphone, which is, I don't know how many years that is now, is an Agnidev kirtan. So that's the very first thing I hear every morning. I got to know Agnidev well sometime in the early 2000s as I was moving out of family life, moving toward accepting sannyas. And when I was in Northern California, I often spent time at his home in Santa Rosa with him. And later on, he and I lived together in Costa Rica and stayed together in other places. And it was just, it just felt like such a gift, because one thing that has to be said about Agnidev is that he is very human. He owned all his quirks. He didn't shy away from them, and he was someone that I could speak with, someone that I could trust. I always felt comfortable sharing my heart with Agnidev, and and I never felt I never felt any fear that any confidence would ever be betrayed. He was always kind. He was always mellow. In a lot of ways, Agnidev and I probably looked, well, at least our appearance was very different. I'm a really white boy, and he was a dark boy. But we had some things in common. One was we're island boys. I've spent most of my life since I was 19 living in Hawaii. And Agnidev, as we know, is from Trinidad and Tobago. So that kind of kicked back island mood was I think part of why we were always so comfortable together. And the other thing is, has been mentioned by Tukaram and Rameshwar and other devotees, is the Panchatattva. He installed the second Panchatattva deities in ISKCON, as far as I know. And so whenever I go to Laguna Beach, I'm always happy to see the replicas of my Ishtadevatas, and I'm always grateful to Agni for that. I want to share two quick stories. One was, trying to remember the sequence here. I was rooming with Agnidev and a couple of other devotees at a kirtan festival in New Vrindavan some years ago, and Kadamba Kanana Swami was there. This was actually when I had the good fortune of meeting him, and we were sitting next together when he did kirtan, and I think Agnidev did the last kirtan for this festival. And Kadamba Kanana Maharaj was sitting next to me, and he leaned into me and he said, no, it was just after his kirtan. He said, Agni is sweet and I'm wild. And I looked at him and I smiled, and I had plenty of experience doing kirtan with Agnidev. And I said, watch out. Agni has plenty of wild left. And this was one of those occasions where, although the mood of the festival is generally sit-down kirtans, Agnidev would only sit down for a little while, maybe 10, 12, 15 minutes. And then he would get up and make the devotees dance. And I posted a picture, I think on Facebook last week, that I took of Agni in that kirtan. And it was him his feet were off the ground, and everyone else's were as well, including even mine. And then another time, sometime after the incident that he had in Australia, when he had that surgery, he was visiting with us in Western North Carolina, where I was staying at that time. Was only 2 miles away, 2 hours away from the moon, where we were having the Sadhu Sangha festivals at the time. And so it was real easy for me to go to the Sadhu Sangha festival. I think the first one I went to, I crashed. I went kind of late in the festival, and nobody objected to my being there. So after that, I registered. But this one particular year, I did not register for the Sadhu Sangha festival because I knew Agnidev would be visiting and he would be staying in the same house with me. And so we spent a lot of, we just spent a lot of time together talking. Our common friend Gadguru Mitra Singh visited, and they recorded some really wonderful kirtans in the basement of the devotee's home where we were staying. And I've dubbed them the basement tapes, or the basement sessions. And really, really sweet kirtans. But Agni confided in me that he was kind of disappointed that I hadn't registered for the Sadhu Sangha Festival because he wanted to go to Boom and thank Agnidev Swami, who headed up the effort to collect funds to pay for Agni's medical care, the surgery and subsequent medical care in Australia. And so I thought for a moment, and I just said, well, let's see if we can pull this off. So I wrote to Agnidev Swami and told him that Agnidev was staying with me and that he had a really strong desire to go up to Boom during the festival and personally thank Agnidev Swami for the care that he had provided for him. And within a few minutes, if I remember correctly, I got a note back from Rasika Shaloni saying, yes, please. So Agni and I drove up just maybe the second morning, the Saturday of the Sadhu Sangha Festival. And it was it caused a huge stir. All of a sudden, Agnidev walked into the hall and everything stopped. And Agnidev Maharaj came down from the stage and there was a lot of hugging and it was just really wonderful and all the devotees were going crazy. And then Maharaj invited him up to the stage to lead a kirtan. So we were up on the stage and at one point Agnidev leaned into me and he says, this isn't happening. We got to get them on their feet. So he got up, he stood up, got down from the stage and went down onto the floor where the other devotees had got up and dancing. And everyone got to understand later that this is how Agnidev rolls. He'll sit down for a little while, but the kirtan's got to get the devotees on their feet and get some air between their feet and the floor. And so, those are just some of the memories that I have of Agni. I remember one time his wife and I we were talking and we commented that Agnidev just seemed to be naturally cool. They're just, I guess we're that kind of laid back island energy. But we just kind of smiled at each other and said, yeah, Agni's just he's like he was made cool or something. So over the one more thing. Over the years we kept in touch. If you ever send Agni a text, he would generally respond by calling me because Agni and technology were not terribly friendly, especially now with 21st century digital technology. So he would just call you. And one of my friends that I observed, I was fortunate enough to be invited when they took Agni off life support to participate in the online kirtan. And there were technical glitches at the very beginning. And my friend Madan Gopal and I commented that was perfectly appropriate because that was just the technical glitch pitches were just 108% Agnidev. So it's all perfectly appropriate to us. I also want to express my gratitude to the Krishna Prestaya and the organizers of this event for inviting me. It's such a it's a pleasure and an honor to be on with all these wonderful devotees. Thank you all. Agnidev Prabhu ki jai. Gaur Bhakti Vrinda ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Jai. So thank you very much, Swami Maharaj. So next up, we are going to be queuing up a video message from His Grace Kalakanta Prabhu from Florida. Some more California memories coming up. After that, we'll have another video message by His Grace Bodhayan Maharaj. Are we ready to roll with the video?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All glories to Sripad Agnidev Prabhu. Today I am remembering our first meeting in UG, in his restaurant. At lunchtime, he offered me
Reshare the screen.
We're going to try this a second time. Bear with us.
Hare Krishna. Agnidev Prabhu's kirtans in Los Angeles in the 70s were absolutely memorable and transformative for me as a devotee there. When he moved to Laguna Beach, it was kind of surprising that he'd be a temple president because he seemed to be more of an artistic and musical type of person than an administrative. And then he did that amazing swap of the temple's property then, which was a house, for the church. He said he had been watching at the church and saw that it was for sale for $1 for anyone who wanted to move the building. So when he talked to the owner, they realized that he needed the church and the owner needed the kind of property that the temple had. So they made a swap. I remember the GBC calling it the cleanest deal in the history of ISKCON. So Agnidev had made that beautiful arrangement that has served him. The last time I saw him, some years ago, he had visited us in Gainesville, and we'd been talking about his restaurant in Eugene, Oregon. He had gotten that down to a very systematic and successful formula. So again, he had these facets of his personality which were not the most prominent, since he was known for the kirtan and the heartfelt singing and amazing recordings he had made. So I remember Agnidev very fondly from these early days of my Krishna consciousness. We had not associated much in the past 40 years. His departure is a great shock for everybody and a loss, especially for the communities where he's been involved these recent years. So my condolences to his friends, to all his close associates, and my appreciation for those of you who are organizing this memorial, so those of us who knew him and appreciated him could share with you today. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Wonderful. So we'll move on to the next video pre-recorded message, this time by His Grace Bodhayan Swami. Are we ready to roll that video?
all glories to Guru and Govindan. All glories to Sripad Agnidev Prabhu. Today I am remembering our first meeting in UG, in his restaurant. At lunchtime, he offered me
also several times I met with him in Trinidad and Tobago, port of Spain. In my program, he came and mercifully he gave nice Harikatha, nice Kirtan. Almost 2 years I saw him in Times Square, New York program. He mercifully came to attend the 158th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur. That program he chanted, very nice song. I actually feel his simplicity. You know, Vaishnava's actual nature to become simple. How much we are advancing in spiritual path, that much our behavior becomes simple. If our behavior is still complicated, then it is not possible to get the taste of Vaishnava practice. Vaishnava practice is based on Kirtan, and he is also the best of Kirtan among the all Vaishnava community. I have seen some Ratha program, New York Ratha program, you are leading Kirtan, everybody chanting, dancing. Lord Chaitanya actually instructed us, chant and dance. And Agnidev Prabhu chanting gives us so much inspiration, chant and dance. In that way, we can say Agnidev Prabhu always representing Lord Chaitanya's loving mission. Lord Chaitanya's loving mission with chanting and dancing. So today he is not anymore with us physically. But in spirit, I believe Agnidev Prabhu always with us. So Dandavat Pranam to Agnidev Prabhu. Please inspire me to chant and dance as you show us in your whole life. And also your dedication to your Guru, Vaishnava, is most important part for progressing our spiritual practice. So I just remember now today is separation day for all of us. We are not anymore physically with us, and we feel we lose our treasure in our Sampradaya, Gaudiya Sampradaya. When Rupa Goswami physically passed away, how Raghunath Goswami felt out of separation. Dagro Tundayati Pundam Girinda Ajagorayati Shunnavate Mahadashtam Shirupam Rahinamim. Means Radha Prabhu, most valuable place for all Gaudiya Vaishnava. But out of separation of Rupa Goswami, Raghunath Goswami felt Radha Prabhu like a mountain, a tiger, ferocious. In Vrindavan, every places have called production, Pushpa tree. And under Pushpa tree, Radha Krishna manifesting eternal, blissful, loving pastime. But the separation of Rupa Goswami's position of Raghunath Goswami felt like everything empty, Shunyata Mahadashta. So you are also keeping us in this emptiness. Your Kirtan is very, very attractive Kirtan for all Vaishnava. So please give me your potency to chant Kirtan under your guidance. Just remember it. Very wish.
Jai. So continue with one more video message, this time from Her Grace Devi Shakti Mataji from Vrindavan. We are queuing up that video as we speak. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a voice offering, so no video, but we're queuing it up. As we're waiting for it to queue up, I just wanted to express all of our heartfelt gratitude and thanks to Anuradha Mataji and Krishna Prastaya, along with Dhruv Prabhu and Omkar, who really put together this, amazing memorial and another great opportunity to glorify a Vaishnava with so much, global, presence and so much, legacy and history that's going to go down in the books of ISKCON as, being one that has touched everyone's heart, no matter where you were in the world. So just thank you to the organizers. And here is the video.
Hare Krishna is accepted on no basis. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to his devoted followers around the world. Today we're remembering a wonderful disciple of Srila Prabhupada, His Grace Agnidev Prabhu. He joined in New York City, and I remember him as a bhakta, but because I was always out of Sankirtan, I didn't have any personal exchanges with him at that time. He would come to Vrindavan and he would satiate the entire atmosphere with his beautiful kirtans here. He was very much loved here by the devotees. And particularly over the past few years, I've had the good fortune of corresponding with one devotee named Mr. Karmuddin Ali from Trinidad. Mr. Ali is a very devoted follower of ISKCON who helps us with our library part by donating sets of Srimad Bhagavatams to the libraries here in India. And he was very much inspired by Agnideva as a devotee. And he would describe to me how Agnidev was such an important part of the Trinidad Yatra with his kirtans, his presence, and his love for the devotees there, his dedication to seeing that the yatra there would flourish by visiting there frequently and helping the devotees, inspiring the devotees. So through Mr. Ali, I could understand the spiritual potency that Agnidev had, how despite traveling all over the world, inspiring devotees with his kirtans, he took a very special interest with the Trinidad Yatra and was able to uplift the devotees there in such a wonderful way that even those who weren't initiated, those who were simply well-wishers, they saw in him so much devotion and the type of service that he rendered to Srila Prabhupada gave them inspiration to also serve. So with this memory of Agnidev, I offer my humble obeisances to his lotus feet, and I pray that all the devotees who received inspiration from him will continue in the association of devotees under the banner of Srila Prabhupada's camp of ISKCON, and we all together will meet in the Sankirtan Kunj in the spiritual world, and again have wonderful kirtan together. Hare Krishna.
Haribol. So from Sri Vrindavan Dham, we now move on to Panama. Radhe Mataji, if you're on, we'd like to invite you to speak next. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So I am here trying to be the face of Latin America. I met Agnidev Prabhu in Trinidad when he went to Trinidad. And I told him, Prabhu, can you please come to Panama Ratha Yatra? So he was like, sure, I will come to Panama Ratha Yatra. So when I announced to all the devotees of Latin America that Agnidev Prabhu is going to come to Paraná, it became such a big thing. Devotees from all over had money, they just started scraping up whatever money they could get, and they all organized and tried to come to that year Panama Rath Yatra. It was such a big thing. Like I still remember, like when he started singing, devotees like they began screaming because it was like they seen their hero in front of them singing for Rath Yatra in Panama. It was like unbelievable. So then I sat with Prabhu and I said, Prabhu, whenever I see kirtan devotees, big kirtan devotees, I always ask them, can you come to Latin America? Because, you know, Latin America, is something like a little bit forgotten. And I said, can you come to Latin America? And he's like, sure, I can come. But I said, Prabhu, but in Latin America, you can't expect big donations. You can't expect like big recognition. It's just going to be very simple. And he said, Radhe, I'm not looking for any of that. I'm just looking to chant and to spread kirtan. That's all that I'm looking for. And he came and Prabhu visited, I wrote down all the countries. He visited Panama, he visited Chile, he visited Peru, Ecuador, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Colombia. And he formed such a like deep relationship with all the devotees from these countries. It's amazing. Like Prabhu, he was like everybody's speaking um um like everybody felt like they had that intimate connection with Agnidev Prabhu because like when even when Agnidev Prabhu passed away, I saw everybody on Facebook posting like everybody had a photo with hugging Agnidev Prabhu. Everybody thought that they were that intimate part of his life. And we also think in Latin America, we also thought we are that exclusive group of, favorite of Agnidev Prabhu. And everybody in Latin America have their photo with Agnidev Prabhu also. He's sitting with them, sharing with them. He never had that ego that I'm a big kirtan singer and I can't sit with everybody. He would sit and talk with every single person. And he was like super famous for just narrating hours after hours. He can just speak about Srila Prabhupada pastimes, ISKCON history, and all the devotees were so captivated because it was like the first time they got an opportunity, like such a senior devotee of Srila Prabhupada sitting with us and just sharing all these memories. So like the devotees, like I think he gave them like an unforgettable experience, something that yeah, they would never forget because so many of these devotees they gave their life to come and see Agnidev Prabhu because he was such like an iconic person in ISKCON, and they're getting to see him here in Latin America. And he treated all of us like we were part of his intimate group. And one point that I really wanted to speak about Agnidev Prabhu to highlight also about his not because like we all speaking about his kirtan, about his absorption in spiritual stuff, but also as a person, like his person, he was so like able to connect with people like emotionally. And like in my own case, like when my dad passed away, Agnidev Prabhu, when he heard my dad passed away in Trinidad, from the moment he passed away till like the last person that left was Agnidev Prabhu. He stayed with my family, offering comfort, offering support. So he had that side of him also, which was very human, which was very also like he didn't lose his humanity all because of all his position. He always remains like so grounded in everything that he did. So, representing Latin America, all the devotees, when they heard, everybody was calling me and telling me like such a big loss for them because we were expecting that he would come this year to Panama Rath Yatra, and we were expecting to see him again. And just like one simple like story that one girl told me that she was at that we had a program the last year for Rath Yatra, the last day, and she just came. He just came next to her and he told her like, "Are you happy with everything that happened in the Rath Yatra?" And she said like, "I'm a nobody. Like he doesn't need to come and sit next to me and ask me if I'm happy." And but that was the person that he was, that kind of person that he would just reach out to everybody. That he never looked at rank and class, or he just mixed with everybody and made everybody feel so comfortable to be around him. So Agnidev Prabhu, he will be so missed by all the community of Latin America. And yeah, we really appreciate everything that he has done for Latin American community. We can be a little bit forgotten, but he made sure that us his time and energy. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So next we'd like to invite His Grace Titikshava Karunika, another fellow legend in the books of music and the history of ISKCON. Are you on Titikshava Karunika Prabhu? There you are.
Working?
Yes. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hare Krishna. So I just met Agnidev Prabhu in the last couple of years. I mean, I bumped into him at festivals and stuff, but we didn't really know each other. And then when I was invited to play at the Spanish Fork Holy Festival a couple of years ago, and he was living there in Spanish Fork, so I dropped by his house, and that was the first time I really sat down with him and spoke. But yeah, he told me all of his adventures in Laguna Beach, and we've heard so many more detailed stories. But how he started the restaurants, how he. One thing that struck me was that he said he made this kitchery every morning, and that there was this kitchery, although it was the same kitchery every day, that the devotees lived off of that and were always enlivened by the kitchery and the breadsticks. So he told me about that and how he managed to make the deal to get the Laguna Temple. So some good stories, and then all of his restaurants that he opened, and but as a singer, I can really appreciate how wonderfully he was able to sing and the deep devotion that he had while singing. Anyway, he just had that resonant voice that we're all in love with. But it was great because he would just sit down with we'd go to breakfast and sit down and he'd always be talking about Krishna and Lord Chaitanya's pastimes. He was just very Krishna conscious, friendly person, always so appreciative of everybody's service and dedication. So anyway, so many wonderful things have been said. We all know. But anyway, we'll just miss him, and we just all love Agnidev. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhu. So the memories and the nectar keeps flowing. I'm going to read a written contribution by Her Grace Ananga Manjari Devidasi from the Laguna days as well. So in honor of Agnidev's life as a kirtan pioneer, Agnidev was an important historical kirtan pioneer in the Hare Krishna movement. While in Mayapur, he studied the original Bengali kirtan tunes, mridanga drum beats, and kartal rhythms. Bengali kirtan is close to the original mood, rhythms, and style of kirtan that Lord Chaitanya took part in over 500 years ago. Agnidev mastered this style and transported it into his own kirtans in America and later around the world. There are descriptions in Chaitanya Charitamrita of how these original sacred kirtans would reverberate around the world. I met Agnidev in 1976 while I was at the Los Angeles Hare Krishna Temple. At the time, he was the temple president in Laguna Beach. Once in a week, Agnidev and some of the Laguna Beach devotees would drive to Los Angeles to lead the Tuesday evening kirtan. Those Tuesday evening kirtans became more exciting than any festival kirtan ever. The extreme devotion felt from the chanting and dancing made the whole temple room vibrate off the charts in ecstasy. In time, these weekly kirtans became such a huge event that the LA temple authorities did not know what to do. As managers, they were more routine and schedule-oriented. It was supposed to just be a nice, ordinary weekday evening kirtan. But kirtans with Agnidev were so powerful and engaging that the temple would roar with the holy names. Drums thundered and cymbals burst. It felt like thousands of us were blending and rising in the fantastic upbeat rhythm of one huge, prayerful vibration that reached the heavens. Ecstatic devotees danced wildly with abandon like never before, all across the temple room. Anyone who was there did not want it to ever stop. I think we can all say that if we've ever participated in one of his kirtans. But the authorities demanded that it stop on their time. So it became part of the pastime every week that first they would shut off the speakers and microphone in the middle of the kirtan. But Agnidev's voice became more energetic, and the kirtan and dancing continued. They would then attempt to steal the kartals away from the players' hands. Someone else would produce larger kartals, and the kirtan continued, and even more vibrant than before. When their attempts to stop it became too intrusive, every kirtan player, dancer, man, woman would begin moving together as one unstoppable tidal wave of transcendent emotion. We surged across the temple, back and forth, up and down, and eventually we broke open the doors of the temple, flooding the street. There, more devotees and friends would join in the bliss as we chanted, danced, and whirled around the block. After one of these heavenly events, as Agnidev was getting in his car to go back to Laguna Beach, one of the authorities approached him angrily, screaming, "You're not good for anything. Go back to where you came from. You can't do anything. Just chant." Agnidev smiled broadly and humbly said, "Thank you very much." Chanting is all he wanted to do. Although he was an experienced musician with a velvety smooth voice, he was mostly a connoisseur of the holy name, and he knew how to rock it with sincere intention to move our souls. My children, as well as many other Hare Krishna youth, have grown up hearing and imbibing the ecstatic kirtans of Agnidev and other dedicated older kirtaniyas. It's a great loss for all of us as these pioneers of kirtan leave us, although we know they are still chanting and dancing somewhere with Srila Prabhupada. It is because of this sincere dedication of the older kirtan pioneers, like Agnidev and others, that this legacy of the holy names is still continuing ecstatically. More than half a century later, in these most recent times of the Hare Krishna movement, we are pleased to see many young, dedicated kirtaniyas making a significant mark on spreading the holy names in all different places of the world. We will keep on chanting and dancing in their kirtans, appreciating and encouraging them with our sincerest intentions to continue carrying on the glorious transcendent legacy of spreading the holy names everywhere. And this ends with a quote. "There are no hard and fast rules for chanting the holy names." From Lord Chaitanya, early 1500s. Thank you very much. So this concludes, before we transition to our guests who would like to contribute here in the temple room in Salt Lake City, I'd like to ask if we missed anyone. Oh, we missed Panchatattva Devidasi. Would you like to speak next? Are you available? Panchatattva Devidasi? There you are. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, please do. Go ahead, Mataji.
I can hear you, Mataji. I can hear you. Okay. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namaha. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. So I am Panchatattva Devi Dayasi from Trinidad, and I would have served with Agnidev Prabhu while he was temple president here at the temple. I served as his vice president. Before Agnidev Prabhu was coming to Trinidad, I was the president of the temple. So Agnidev Prabhu, because he was born in Trinidad and left Trinidad around the age of 21, somewhere about, and lived in America for over 40 years. So he had expressed to me that he wanted to do something for Trinidad since he identified with being born here. So he told me, he said, I'm older now, but I would like to do something for Trinidad and the Caribbean islands. And so he came in 2013. And when he came to Trinidad, the GBC asked him to be the temple president. So we served together until 2017. And because of the service, serving closely together, we developed a very wonderful friendship. So, it's a great loss for us here in Trinidad. And also, the capital city, we would have Rath Yatra festival in the capital city of Port of Spain, but not regularly. So he had said that if we started or restarted having Rath Yatra festivals in the capital city, then he would attend. And so in 2010, he started to attend the Rath Yatra festival in Port of Spain, the capital of Trinidad and Tobago. Just Friday the 15th, 2 days back, we held the Port of Spain Rath Yatra. We dedicated the Rath Yatra to our dear friend, Agnidev Prabhu, and paid tribute. Many of you would know that he has a recording of Bol Hari Bol on the pan. The steel pan is the national instrument of Trinidad and Tobago. He was very fond of that musical accompaniment. And so he did a track with them, him singing the Bol Hari Bol and the steel pan music is accompanying the devotees. So we had that also on Friday in Port of Spain. Of course, this is something that he loved dearly. So we miss him very much here in Trinidad. He would visit us sometimes once or twice for the year, and it's a great loss for us. While he was here, he would go out on Hariam 5 or 6 days for the week, chanting the holy name was his life, and every single morning, things that we miss, every single day, he would attend the full morning program. So sometimes when he would travel and come back to Trinidad, he would say, I would tell him, you don't have to attend Mangal Arati in the morning because I know that you are tired. And he would say, yes, I am very tired and I will take rest. But lo and behold, 4:30 Mangal Arati, he will be there. So as I said, we would miss him very dearly here in Trinidad. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So now we'd like to invite Apurva Prabhu and Kamalini Mataji to speak next. We are kind of winding down here. We only have a few guest speakers, and then we'll probably switch here to some live speakers here in the temple room. So we'd like to ask Apurva Prabhu to unmute. Please go ahead, Prabhu.
Stepped out of mode here. I would just say.
Thank you.
All right. Namaha Vishnupadaya Krishna Vistaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaura Bhakta Pacharane Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Pasta Yadesha Tarane. Okay, sorry that I'm late. So anyway, I joined the temple in Brooklyn on Henry Street. And in 1972, I started visiting the temple. And then in 1974, I moved into the Brahmacharini ashram. And oddly, Dave happened to be the head cook. Let's see, can you hear me all right? Okay. he would also be there very early, beginning to cook. And so then later on, I moved to Los Angeles, and my husband Corbin Prabhu, and he was moved to Laguna Beach. And when he was living in Laguna Beach Temple, every Tuesday they used to come to New York for because Wednesday morning they would go very early, like, like 3 o'clock in the morning to the flower market to purchase flowers for the deities. And so he used to stay with us on Tuesday nights, and he used to lead the kirtan. And we've just had many different exchanges with him over the years. He came to my daughter's her rain ceremony, very small rain ceremony, and he came to our apartment and led kirtan. And then also we visited up in Santa Rosa, and we stayed with him for one night. And then we went to the restaurant the next day, the restaurant there, and he sat with us and everything. And then we visited Odaria, and he led kirtan there. And he, I was sitting right next to him, and calling responding, and he said, I need the microphone because I'm a softie. I have a very soft voice, actually, and you have a strong voice, so give me the microphone. And and then when he came, we had Sadhu Sangha retreat up in Boone, North Carolina. So he always stayed with my daughter Gauranga Priya and her husband Madan Gopal. He would often stay with them if ever he was here in North Carolina, Hillsborough area. And so he came with us to Sadhu Sangha retreat. We got to travel with him there. And then just 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, we went to the New York Rath Yatra, and I guess my husband will tell about that, about, yeah, when he was in the that time, because we stayed for a whole week and he stayed for more than a week. And and um one of the highlights for me was every single day he would lead kirtan, either Mangalarti kirtan or Guru Puja kirtan, and that was really enlivening. And just being there, and my husband can tell about being there in the room, we stayed in the same room together and all. Let me see. We always, this, of course, the whole world loved his kirtans. Very, very unique, unique way of singing, and very unique um, voice and melodies and all. So I was fortunate to be at um, the Zoom meeting at his departure, and seeing the enthusiastic chanting, especially of Nimai and Krishna Prastaya. Did I say it right? I didn't know who that was, but my son-in-law told me the next day, because I asked who's that enthusiastic chanter, both of them, and they said those are his rompers that he always played, that she was playing. So yes, he's greatly missed, and just see all over the world so much love and so much appreciation and so much separation is being felt. So my husband will say a few words. You want to sit over here? I'm on my phone because it takes a little bit of time, Okay. Okay. Yeah, sit down. Good. Tell them it's okay, right? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so remembering also the Tuesday night Hare Kirtan that he really enlivened all the devotees in Georgia, but primarily one specific Tuesday night, he did the kirtan like right as the meetings closed. It was 6:30 till 9, like 2.5 hours of pure nectar. And actually, Colleen was 9 months pregnant. She was gonna have a baby any day now. But because of the enlivening kirtan, the next morning, I think at 1 a.m. or 3 a.m., we had to rush. Yeah, her water broke there, and then she had to, get started on delivering our dear Gurungi Kriya. And I remember very vividly how we came, was it Santa Rosa, when he had a restaurant. And I know what it takes to run a restaurant, and I couldn't believe that he did everything basically single-handed. He had one devotee that came in to wash the pots, but he he cooked himself early in the morning. He cooked about 7 a.m. for about 4 hours, and he had everything set up. I think did they have a salad bar? Anyway, they had a nice variety of 8 preparations, and he was so expert that at 11:30 he made the offering, and at 12 o'clock it was open, and that restaurant was very, very successful. And knowing what it takes to run a restaurant, I was very, very amazed at his focus and his energy, and he was very, very kind to me in so many different ways by showing me his talents in the kitchen and some recipes that I got from him. And it was one of those unforgettable moments that I will never forget. But also that last Rath Yatra he went to in New York, was that the last one that he attended?
My friend who went.
What, last year?
My friend who went last year. That was 2 years ago.
Yeah, this was 2 years ago. I had the good fortune of being in his room, and one day I sat in the room with him for 2.5 hours, and he completely, I mean, he gave me the whole inside story about this, the whole thing that was going on in Laguna Beach, which was simultaneously some devotees were involved in trafficking. I think it was mainly marijuana and hash, and there were some very intriguing moments because I have mild cognitive impairment. I can't remember exact details, but somehow or other the mafia was very upset with the devotees, and they were gonna do them in because they were cutting into their territory, so to speak. So he explained to me how because my memory's not that great, but he was able to manage the temple in such a way that they never disturbed anyone, and He's very extra in so many different, different talents because, yeah, he was empowered by Krishna and Prabhupada. He had a very deep love for Prabhupada that was obvious, and he really was very inspirational in so many different ways. Yeah, so I think that covers it for me.
Thank you so much for sharing. We'd now like to invite His Holiness Devamrita Swami to share. Thank you.
Agnidev and I go back to the famous halfway house that the Brooklyn Temple had in 72 and 73. This was a facility where those seeking to move into the temple had an intermediate status in this so-called halfway house. A name, unfortunately, taken from the world of drug addict recovery. And so, what was in that halfway house? Not a stitch of furniture, just bare floors. From that facility came Agnidev, myself, Remembrance Prabhu, Gopi Pranadana Prabhu. And so from there we moved into the Brooklyn Temple. He wasn't known so much as a kirtan man in those Brooklyn days. But what I remember distinctly was his love for kirtan. I was talking to him in the basement of the Brooklyn Temple. We were having a conversation. And then Vishnu John Swami is in town. And Vishnu John Swami is upstairs in the temple room. And the way Vishnu John Swami would start his noon arti, among other artis, was just Haribo, Haribo. Agnidev heard that while he's talking to me, hurtles up in the air, jumps high in the air, pivots, runs up the stairs to join the kirtan. I thought, this person really has a deep love for kirtan. When we both went to LA eventually, his kirtan days really developed, especially doing Harinam parties. He would lead Harinam parties on Hollywood Boulevard. And from there, while serving as a cook in the New Dwarka temple, he was sent, probably by Rameshwar Prabhu, he was sent to Laguna Beach, which was, as you just heard from Apoorva Prabhu, it was wild. It was the wild of wildest. Agnidev Prabhu was the perfect person to send there because he was so law and order in a very gentlemanly, well-grounded way. I used to go there every 19 days after intense BBT marathons. I would go there for a couple of days to recover. And it was amazing how he grounded the whole temple in Krishna Bhakti and took it from its Wild West reputation to a very well-functioning temple. What his kirtans did at that time was phenomenal. Every Tuesday, as you heard, he would drive up to New Dwarka for the Sundar Arti. At that time, devotees would go to the evening program. For him, the temple room was packed. Ladies, men, just dancing uproariously. Sometimes the kirtans, Agnidev would lead all of the chanters out the back doors of the New Dwarka temple, onto the street, and then charge back in through the doors up to the altar. He had his team of mridanga players. I played the gong, and this Tuesday nights at New Dwarka were just phenomenal. It was what Prabhupada loved so much. Rama Chintamani. And of course, we won. Later, we found out Prabhupada wasn't so keen on kirtan competition because so many local Bengali groups would come in, sing kirtan, and then smoke cigarettes. But in any case, by that time, 1977, Agnidev Prabhu's kirtans were on a roll. What fascinated listeners to his kirtans was his sweet melody combined with a very catchy sense of rhythm. So he had both the rhythm and he had the melodies. And so it was a very special combination. And his kirtans just flowed, you might say, flowed with Caribbean ease. It just oozed out of him in such a effortless way. Finally, in terms of remembering his personality, he was so warm-hearted. Everyone loved him. I would describe that he had earnest earthiness. He was so well-grounded and unpretentious. And this is what endeared him to the hearts of so many, besides his kirtan, the unpretentiousness, the warm-heartedness, the sincere well-groundedness. Agnidev Prabhu ki jai. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramita Swami, for sharing so many of those old days memories. We'd like to now turn it over to His Holiness Sachinandan Swami.
Yes, Hare Krishna. May I ask, am I audible at this time? Yes, good.
Yes, yes.
Namo Vishwadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvashesha Shunyavadi Paskachari Sadanande Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna. Let me first of all pay my most respectful obeisances to all my God brothers on the call. I've seen many of you here, and I'm very honored to speak a few words from my memory about Lord Agnidev Prabhu. There is something in human psychology is that once disturbing, it is an unaddressed factor in such memorials, and that is we human beings appreciate a person very much when he is gone. At that time, our memory of his influence in our life is increasing very much. We become mindful, we human beings, as we talk about that person, but often it's too late for us to express our appreciation to the person while he is still. We cannot do this any longer while he is still with us. I have been When we were involved in the German Yatra, we sometimes got a tape of Agnidev, which we put in our tape recorder and which we listened when we were out of Sankirtan or out of Hare. His kirtans had this very charming nature that it was a prized item to have one of those tapes. And it was really Agnidev never looked at the watch. When is the kirtan over? He was in the kirtan and that made it so grounded. And I heard Amita Maharaj's definition in flow with Caribbean ease. Yes, it was a wonderful experience. It touched our hearts, the melodies, and what touched those who talked with him afterwards was his Guru Nisha. The holy name is identical with Krishna. There was nothing more he needed than the holy name. Agnidev is a pioneer in our movements. Those of you on the call who would love to hear more about his groundedness, his realness, his being without facade, his uh, informal yet very deep spirituality. Uh, they can go to a beautiful video which I saw. Maybe it's 50 minutes long. It was produced by Siddhanta Prabhu, who has this series, Memoirs of Srila Prabhupada, it's called. And if they type in Agnidev, they can hear him live. They can hear how he reflects on singing of singing on Stevie Wonder's long-playing record, Pastime Paradise. They can see his unpretentiousness, his saralata, simplicity, which is the core element of a Vaishnava's personality. And they can feel encouraged and inspired by Krishna consciousness. So I will end here. Here time is limited, so maximum 10 minutes. Just hit the mark. I thank you all very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to someone who became in the later years a dear friend of mine, to whom I look up with great respect as a true pioneer of chanting the holy name in our movement and beyond. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Sachinandan Swami. We'd now like to invite Bhakti Sarvan Gauranga Swami to speak.
Om Jnanantimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manopishtam Savitanena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Karamaya Karati Swapamekam Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhupada Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you to the organizers, Anuraga Mataji, Krishna Pristaya Mataji, for getting in touch. I'm currently in Uruguay, in Montevideo, and we just came back from Harinam. And it's quite fitting to a little bit of the remembrances I have with His Grace Agnidev Prabhu is that he gave us many harinams which came out of his devotion with so much ease, I felt. He had such a resonant, deep devotion which came out in his singing, as if he had a tank of special oxygen in his lungs. I first was in touch with Agnidev Prabhu through his bhajans. I specifically remember this melody. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Karo Hare Tomarina Kedo Jagata Samasa Patita Pavana Itu Tavarata Mosamapatita Prabhu Napariveya. As a young devotee in the temple, his chanting sounded so familiar and very attractive to my heart. When I found out that actually he was from the Caribbean islands, I was like, because I also grew up appreciating the music from the Caribbean. And when I eventually met him, Agnidev Prabhu was like a spiritual father, uncle, friend. He had the accessibility and just such a welcoming, relaxed nature, like the elders that I grew up around in Southern Africa. He would come to South Africa to offer kirtan, and I remember when he was lined up for entering sannyas order of life, and as such a junior person to him, he sat with me to discuss his thoughts. And he was saying how his service was already available amongst the youth. And he was thinking that, will sannyas not disturb his connection with the kirtan scene, especially the youth? That he was thinking that maybe he should just continue doing kirtan without the complication of this renounced order of life. He also was so freely sharing his experiences as a devotee. I remember him recalling how one time he had wanted to go with the devotees to the airport to meet Srila Prabhupada. But somehow or the other, there was no room in the vehicles, and he was told to remain behind. This is one of the temples in New York. It could be 55th Street, one of them back in the day. And so he was a bit dejected, and he was in the temple room. He took shelter of doing kirtan in the temple. And to his great surprise, while he was there alone, somehow Prabhupada came to the temple room, and somehow Prabhupada came on his own, and all of a sudden he was in the temple room with Srila Prabhupada. Before, he was lamenting and crying to the deity of Srila Prabhupada, how I couldn't come to meet you at the airport. And Srila Prabhupada, when he came to the temple, he came somehow alone to the temple room, and he got to have darshan of Srila Prabhupada. So Agnidev Prabhu gave a lot of shelter to the youth in South Africa with his kirtan, and he gave a lot of shelter with his accessible, loving Sangha. We are eternally blessed to have had contact with him, and especially that he recorded so much bhajans and kirtans that I personally, on a daily, I get even this divine association in kirtan. So I'm very appreciative of the opportunity just to say a few words. Thank you so much. Please Agnidev Prabhu Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Haribol. So this concludes the Zoom portion of this program. So to say some parting parting words. We're going to hand it over to Rameshwara Prabhu to wrap up the Sangha. Thank you.
It should never end. Hare Krishna. First, on behalf of the organizers and all godbrothers, god sisters, and god nephews and god nieces of Agnidev, I just, on behalf of everyone, thank everyone for participating. And those in person at the temple in Salt Lake will continue their presentations after this. I wanted to share one last pastime and description of Agni that is, again, not so commonly known. We always think of Agni as being invited to festivals, and he so wonderfully appears and magically, mystically, transcendentally melts everyone's heart. But what we may not know that much of is during the years I worked with him when he was the temple president in Laguna Beach and I was at GBC in the Western Dome, Agnidev organized at Laguna Beach, organized an annual festival for the entire zone as the organizer, not just a guest, but every aspect of an annual Western Zone festival, which we held every year in Laguna Beach Temple. He organized every detail of this. And he loved serving devotees as the organizer of a festival. He made sure everyone was comfortable, everyone was sumptuously fed with the most amazing tasting spiritual nectarine prasadam, which he personally would cook and personally distribute. So we don't normally think of Agnidev as an organizer of festivals, but it's one of my fondest memories of him is going to the festival in Laguna Beach every summer, which he organized. And that's just another side of Agni that's not widely known. And so thank you for letting me share that last description of another side of Agni Dev with everyone here. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So this concludes the Zoom portion of this program. So we'll be switching to having the local Salt Lake City devotees, as well as Nimai, his daughter, offer their memories of Agnidev Prabhu and conclude this program. Thank you very much, Rameshwara Prabhu. Also, I'd like to say thank you to all the assembled Vaishnavas for coming together and glorifying Agnidev in such a memorable way. These precious moments will be published on YouTube and live with us forever. So thank you again. So with that being said, we'd like to invite Balabhadra. We're going to invite Nimai to say a few words, and then we'll continue on from there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Can you guys hear me? Can everybody hear me? Okay. Hi, I'm Nimai. I am Agnidev's youngest daughter. I have a twin sister and an older brother. And we are all very close with our dad, but I kind of had a special connection with him. I was the baby of the family, and I was a daddy's girl, so growing up with him was, I'm hearing all these people talk about him, as a brahmachari and all these things, but to me, I knew him as my daddy first, and he was a really great dad. He was such a good storyteller, long-winded albeit, but amazing storyteller. And that really worked for like children. Like my childhood was very fun because of him. And learning about Krishna consciousness was very fun because of him. Reading the Mahabharata with him, reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, that was like a weekend activity that we would do together. And it was really important to him to have that bonding time with us, but also I think it was important for him to have us find our own bond with Krishna consciousness. And, you know, I didn't realize how many things about him were so special until I was introduced to the world of his community. I didn't realize he was such an amazing cook until I was eating other people's prasad. I didn't realize that his kirtan was so amazing until I was listening to kirtan that was, you know, nice, but I didn't realize how special he was because he was just my dad, you know? And then as I got older and I would meet devotees and the things that they would say, and even now after his passing, the messages I get, you know, people say he was the soundtrack to their lives, to their childhoods, and just watching him connect with people through kirtan was really special because he was a unique man and he was very different from a lot of my friends' fathers, and he was not a conventional or traditional type of man in a lot of ways. And the fact that he was able to accomplish what he accomplished, establishing the temple in Laguna Beach, the restaurants, and having this global community that loves hearing him chant, he didn't have to achieve monetary success or big statuses to do that. And I will forever be in awe of what he was able to accomplish just by chanting Hare Krishna. And it's the simplest way to sum up Gaudiya Vaishnavism is chanting Hare Krishna. If you want to practice, start there and don't ever leave there. If you add to that, you can add to it, but don't leave chanting. It's the most potent way to connect, and I think we can all agree that he is proof of that you can connect to God through just chanting the holy name if you are chanting from your heart, which he always did. The amount of memories I have of him chanting. When he was passing, I was chanting so loud because I was just having all these visions and memories of him chanting throughout my life and jumping up and down, I used to think he looked like a rock star. Like I would watch him with the other, sometimes it would be him and Tripurari Swami, and they would be jumping up and down, and like the building of the kirtan, just when he was passing, I just felt this thing in me that like I have to chant loud to him. Like I just have to chant because I was just seeing him do that and just having all these realizations about the magic that surrounded him, and Krishna's mercy was so present in his life and even in my life, but it's much easier for me to recognize it in his life. And you know, being from Trinidad, he loved that he was from Trinidad. He loved Trinidad. He never wanted to leave, but I think that Krishna needed him to leave to find Krishna consciousness. But he loved everything about Trinidad. My childhood was full of stories from him being a boy in Trinidad. It was full of calypso songs and stories mixed in with, you know, Krishna book. And so his culture from his material identity was very much alive and well. And one of my favorite things about him, and being able to go to Trinidad with him a few times in my life, but specifically in 2023, the retreat that we did in Tobago, and getting to hear the kirtan with the steel pan, getting to chant on a boat in the middle of the ocean with clear water around us. It was just so special for me to have that time with him in his home country, a place that I love dearly, that you feel the energy. You feel Krishna's energy there, let's just say that. You can feel God in those types of untouched nature, so to speak. And, you know, it was so special because I've heard so many stories. I've heard so many stories of him going to India, and I always wanted to go to India with him. And I still feel like I get to do that because I want to put his ashes in the Ganga. But, sorry, I'm a little emotional. But I just have so many good memories of him. I don't have bad memories of my father. And I feel like I've never met another devotee as pure as him in the way that he was with kirtan. You know, something about him that I think everybody can agree with is that he had a childlike youthfulness to him. Like, he never lost his inner child in a lot of ways. And I feel like that energy with his kirtan is what I feel like there was something very pure there. And I feel like it made him so easy to connect to, because that's what I keep hearing too, is that he was the most personable devotee, that you could talk to him about anything. And I think that him never losing that childlike essence and that wonder, I think, allowed him to connect with Krishna and connect with devotees in a special way. And yeah, I mean, I'm just extremely grateful that I have so many videos. I have so many, you know, his music, that I will be able to listen to his kirtan for the rest of my life. I'll be able to be an old lady listening to his kirtan, and I genuinely feel he will not be forgotten. I feel like he will be remembered always for his kirtan, for his heart, for the way that he connected with people. And so many things that he wanted in his life, I watched him make it happen through Krishna. And a lot of things that he wanted to do, there were times people didn't believe that he could do it. There were times that people didn't understand his choice to prioritize Krishna consciousness in his life. But from my perspective, he knew what he was doing, and Krishna always placed him where he needed to be, around the people he needed to be around. And I've always felt that divine protection over him, and I feel it over me because of him. And I have so much of his energy still here with me, and it's really, the biggest part of the loss is the physical loss. But, you know, I was raised Gaudiya Vaishnav, so I've always known that that's an inevitable thing that we all sign up for when we come here. This body is temporary. And, you know, I always knew that I would lose him one day, and I was always very fearful of that day. But I feel like I have so much of him still. I don't feel like a big void outside of the material void, because we had such a close relationship. And I can watch videos of him, I can talk to people about him, hearing everybody's stories from the past, recent stories. It keeps his energy so alive for me. And our spiritual connection that we had, I've always felt, was more than a father and daughter relationship. It was something that our souls were intertwined doing. And then that, I feel like, cannot ever change. That can't leave. And so I will always have that connection with him. Our soul's journey will intersect as it needs to. And I'm just very grateful to all of you who spoke. I'm very grateful to this everyone in this room. I'm very grateful to the community. I am extremely grateful to Srila Prabhupada because without him, he changed my dad's life, and my dad's life was so divine because he found Krishna consciousness. And through Krishna consciousness, he got to do everything that he loved doing and that he was good at, like cooking and singing and leading and teaching and learning. And it's hard for me to find the words, but I'm just so grateful that my father in this lifetime was such a special man. And I'm going to miss him so much, but I feel so happy when I think about him, and these tears are temporary. I haven't gotten that many of them because I just have so many warm memories of him. And I just want to close this with saying that, one of my dad's favorite songs was this song called Happy Just to Be Like I Am. And that really embodied who he was. He was always happy to be himself, even if the people around him, even if his own family, even if the world was telling him to be something else, to be somebody else. And he knew who he was, and he was happy to be himself, even if other people didn't understand it. And I feel like he attracted people who could understand it by being authentic like that. And that is one of my favorite things about him that I try to embody, is to try to be happy with who I am and try to be authentic in who I am, and trust that even if I feel resistance from the world, that Krishna will protect me and even reward me for being authentic, because I watched my dad reap those rewards so much and get things that I wouldn't know how he would be able to accomplish these things. He traveling the whole globe, all of that just from chanting Hare Krishna. There was no master plan, it was just following his heart and chanting and being a true devotee. So I'll always remember him that way. I'll always remember him as my dad and my favorite person to ever walk this earth. And so thank you so much for all of your love. Thank you for listening to me cry. And I'm just so very grateful to all of you for showing up for him, for posting the content, all the messages I've received. I read every single one, and they touch me so much, and I feel very covered and very held and protected, knowing that all of you loved him and cared for him so much. So thank you so much, and Haribol, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Nimai, for such a powerful and beautiful tribute to your father. Up next, I'd like to invite my sister Krishna Prastaya Devi Dasi, who was his partner in Sankirtan, preaching, and everything else for these last couple of years, and has served him so wonderfully. What you don't see on this camera is this beautiful little altar here that she's put up with his deity. It's a Sadbuja deity. It's so special and so beautiful. I've never seen anything like it. And his wampers right at their lotus feet. So I'd like to invite her to speak next. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna devotees. I'm just so grateful to be here and to be a part of this glorification of such a wonderful devotee. I had the good fortune of serving him for the past 7 years, and we met in Seattle. That was when my father, Hari Vilas, had invited him to come stay there. When I saw him there, I realized he was such a gem, and actually he wasn't being utilized efficiently enough. And so I took it upon myself to start organizing programs for him, for taking him to yoga centers, to do some small kirtans, organizing Harinam parties with the youth in Seattle. And I just remember being so happy. I mean, this is the essence and the joy of spiritual life, just chanting the holy names, going out on Sankirtan, and being engaged in Mahaprabhu's movement. And I was having a little difficulty in my personal life. I have 4 children, and so I was raising them as a single mother. And it was very difficult for me. I couldn't connect really to anyone, and I was feeling a little bit frustrated. And when he came to Seattle, he just brought me this joy and connection to Mahaprabhu's Sankirtan movement, to Srila Prabhupada. And I actually always wanted to be a Prabhupada man. I thought, wow, this is the best thing to aspire for. And I just was feeling so sad about myself. This next generation, we missed all of that great joy and happiness and simplicity and austerity and complete surrender to this process. And so when Agnidev came around, he just brought that to me. I was able to get a glimpse of this time period when Srila Prabhupada was on the planet and experience just a little bit of what it was like, what the devotees were feeling at that time, how they were experiencing such great strength and camaraderie between each other, and how they were willing to undergo any type of austerity to please Srila Prabhupada. So I was fortunate enough to gain this experience through the serving Agnidev Prabhu. And we actually served many places together. We were in France, and during that time we were able to actually go all over France, all over the towns and villages in France, which is the most beautiful place on earth. Every town, every small town has a beautiful church, cathedrals, all these beautiful flowers in the summertime. And one particular Harinam, which is so special to me, was in Avignon. So Avignon, if you've ever heard of that song, Sur le pont d'Avignon, on y danse, on y danse. That is, on the bridge of Avignon, we are dancing, we are dancing. These are some child rhymes. But we were able to go to that place and perform Harinam Sankirtan in the streets. And it was so special because they have a festival. It's a, what is it called? Drama, theatrical festival, yes. And so each drama group goes through the streets and advertises themselves. And they hand out their flyers, like, oh, come to my play. And so we were part of that, and people actually thought we were one of the drama groups. And we were handing out these flyers about Krishna consciousness, and the flyer happened to have this photo of Srila Prabhupada and the Jaladuta. And this photo resembled or Agnidev resembled Srila Prabhupada in that photo. And so people were like, oh, is this him? And it was such a magical time when Agnidev would lead the kirtans in France in particular. People would literally come up and give him a donation because the voice, the beauty of the chanting was so wonderful. And you know, in France, everything has to be beautiful. So it was a perfect fit for him over there. We would have spent more time. Unfortunately, the French government don't make it easy for Americans to stay. They do for immigrants. However, another aspect of that stay in France was that because he spoke simply, it was so easy for non-Native American speakers to understand. And he also spoke slowly and with depth and heart. And this just, I think, I see Brigitte on the call, and I think she probably will agree with me on that. But we just had such a great time, and I'll never forget those days. This is the highlight of my life, the Harinam Sankirtan with the great Agnidev Prabhu. He had so much love in his heart. He was like a lover, seriously a lover, and it just spilled out while he was chanting the holy name. And I actually chastised him the night before he passed away. I told him, I'm going to take you to the hospital. You're having these symptoms. This is not normal. And he didn't want me to take him. He was like, no. There's a lot of people in the room, no. And I said, I chastised him. I told him, please have the heart that when you pass away, make it in a way that it's not difficult for everyone else. It's not difficult financially, it's not difficult for the family to be there, it's not difficult for anyone. Please have this consideration. And so obviously I wasn't expecting him to pass. However, I just realized that when you have a whole lifetime of chanting the holy name of the Lord, Krishna makes the arrangements for you to go back home in the most perfect way. We could have never organized, we could have never planned such an incredible passing as it happened. We had to mobilize, and we had to be really serious about giving him the best departure that we could. And it was such a short amount of time. We picked a particular time for him to be taken off the ventilator, and that was an auspicious time for passing peacefully. And we saw that the whole world came together, and this was so powerful. The second generation, third generation, we don't have much opportunities to experience a departure in this way where we can chant the holy name intensely together as one family. And so Agnidev Prabhu gave us that opportunity to do that. All the God brothers and sisters, all these exalted personalities, we were able to chant together and offer him the most incredible departure that we could have ever imagined. So I'm extremely grateful for the whole international community, the local community. I think we were successful in serving him one last time. And he served us one last time by sticking around for over an hour after the ventilator was removed. At one point I was thinking, oh my goodness, we can be chanting for hours. But I did notice one thing, that at first his son, he wasn't chanting. And I was thinking in my mind, he's waiting for his son. He had so much affection for his son, which he named Sadbuja. And incidentally, we have his Sadbuja deity here, the most beautiful, wooden carved in the Orisen style. But he has so much love for Chaitanya and Leela, Sadbuja deity. And so his first son, or his only son, his first child, was named Sadbuja. And when I saw he wasn't chanting, I was just thinking in my mind, my goodness, he needs to chant for his father right now. And so as the chanting continued and got more intensified, finally I looked over and I saw that he was chanting, and soon after that he passed on. So I think everything was perfect, and I just want to appreciate everyone here in this room, all the local devotees, Anuradha, my sister Rasabihari, Dhruva, and the whole worldwide family. We feel so connected to each other through this chanting of the holy name. And we can see, even if we have any type of issues, any type of disagreements with each other, when we come together as a family and chant the holy name with our hearts and soul, none of this matters anymore. And I understood also that we are all able to achieve this final destination, going back home, back to Godhead in this lifetime. Srila Prabhupada said it, and he emphasized the power of the holy name. Through Agnidev Prabhu, we were able to experience that. So I'll stop right here. Thank you so much. All glories to Agnidev Prabhu, all glories to the Vaishnavas all around the world. Hare Krishna. Jai. Haribol. Wow, what an amazing, amazing tribute. So we have one more, or a couple more local speakers. We're going to stop the Zoom, and this will continue to stream on YouTube. So thank you, everybody, for participating today. And so we'll move on to our next speaker. Okay.
पञ्चकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः. Hare Krishna. Agnidev Prabhu ki jai ho. My experience knowing that Agnidev Prabhu for a long time, but especially past few years, he was very pure soul, like everybody, all the devotees know. He was very humble, very easy to please, make him happy. He didn't desire much, simple prasadam and a small amount of love and care. And he is the most humble devotees that I have known in my life, knowing so many devotees like Vaikuntanath Prabhuji, Pradumna Prabhuji, Shyamsundar Prabhuji, knowing them and so many other devotees, my Guru Maharaj also, past 40 years being in the ISKCON, knowing so many devotees, he is one of the very wonderful soul. Also, past days that when since he was in the hospital, it's been so amazing because nobody has the last moment like he has. Very few devotees can have that kind of opportunity. The morning he was in the hospital, I was working at the hospital. All of a sudden I see Omkar and Vaibhavi Mataji was walking in the hallway. I'm wondering what's going on, and went and talking to Agnidev Prabhu, and I asked him, please become like before. We don't have you enough. I never knew that was his last, even though he's still with us. But for me, thinking, I could not believe that was his last time with us. When I say that, I was holding his hand and rubbing his on the neck. And Krishna Prasthaya Mataji says that's where he had the, be careful, she said. And I changed, and she advised me to rub on the head. The whole time that he didn't let my hand go, he was holding so tight. And he tried to talk, but he couldn't. But his expression was he wanted to say something. But then he had a IV on his left hand, and he actually, I was rubbing on the throat, on the back of the neck, and when I stopped, and he lifted his hand like this, and he said to rub it here, in the same place where I was before. But then, so we had to take him to the another hospital, and I promised him that I was going to come to see him there. Is this turned off? No, it's not working. So, anyway, I didn't get to see him. I didn't get to go because I had to keep continuing working. And so at his last moment, I saw his body in the cremation time. He's laying down just like a saintly person, like meditating, His hands were and everything like he was going to speak now. Usually doesn't happen. Once the person passed away, the body looked different. But his hands were like, just normal, like he's just laying down, So that's how he was. And as his body, we were sending to the pyre, I realized that we have so much going on in the life, but realize everything we're doing every day, life that we are thinking, are we doing good? or bad, what we are doing. After all, everything is recorded in Krishna's book. So in the last we were chanting, singing, and Namamrita Prabhu was the leading kirtan. He said, Jai Agnidev, Jai Agnidev, and I was like, Prabhupada named him Agnidev was for this moment. That his name was for this moment, how special was. Thank you, Agnidev Prabhuji, for all the service and beautiful singing. His singings are so beautiful. Haribol.
Hare Krishna. We'd like to. We'd like to invite His Grace Balava Chandra Prabhu to come up and speak next.
Haribol, Haribol. Haribol, can you turn on this mic? It's on?
Hello?
Hare Krishna. About 4 years ago, I was advised if I really wanted to be really serious with Krishna consciousness, I should go to the LA Rath Yatra. Because at the LA Rath Yatra, I'll get some good association. And so I decided that that's what I wanted to do. So I went with my wife, we went to the LA Rath Yatra, and my wife was mostly excited just to be in California. She wanted to go to the beach, some of the nature there, and I just wanted to be at the festival. So we made a compromise. We went to the beach. But the night before, I had gone to a kirtan festival. My wife had stayed at the hotel and watched all these famous kirtaniyas. One of them was Agnidev. And I knew Agnidev was going to be coming to Salt Lake City. They made a big announcement about Agnidev, the great Agnidev's coming to Salt Lake City. So I knew who he was. So we went to the beach the next day, and I started getting these emergency texts from Sundari Priya, from Charu, from all the leaders here in the Salt Lake Temple, that they needed to know Agnidev's flight itinerary, that they didn't know when he was coming. As a new bhakta, trying to do service, I wanted to please the leaders of the temple. I wanted to do good service. So I had to go into this festival, leave the beach, go into this festival, and find a famous guy and get his flight itinerary from him. It was a little intimidating, but I went to the festival, I asked around for Agnidev. I was finally pointed to a table, and I approached him. I was a little nervous, and he said, well, he's just kind of in his laid-back style, I don't know, I suppose we'll get there when we get there. You'll have to find my assistant. I said, okay, could you tell me the name of your assistant? Well, her name's Krishna Prasthaya, she's somewhere here somewhere. So I went wandering into the festival to find Krishna Prasthaya, who I didn't know who she was. And I left my wife talking to Agnidev. I went into the festival, I got the information, I replied to the texts, and I came back to find my wife just shooting the breeze with Agnidev. He was talking about Srila Prabhupada and his 50th year anniversary and this album that they had produced. And they were completely engrossed in this conversation, so I just kind of stood to the side and said, okay, she's getting great association, this is wonderful, I'll let this happen. And then we listened to that album the whole way back home, driving back from California. So that was my first association. That's the association Charu Prabhu was telling me to go to California to get. I came back, he came, had a wonderful program in the Salt Lake Temple. Later on, we found out he was going to come and live here in the Spanish Fork Temple. That was amazing. And then he came up here and he started doing these kirtans on the Sunday feast program. And I had never gotten involved in the kirtan. I never thought of myself as a musical person. I still don't consider myself very musical. But I remember that very first kirtan, they invited me to sit right in the kirtan. I was invited to be part of the inner group of this famous kirtaniya. And I could barely keep a 1, 2, 3 beat, but I was invited to be part of that circle. It was the first time I ever really got to do kirtan in a circle like that. I got his association more and more over the last couple of years. Here in the Spanish Fort Temple, one of my favorite pastimes with him was just coming to Mongol Arti in the morning. And it was just such a powerful Mongol Arti. I love Mongol Arti. With Agnidev, it was magical. So I'm very glad I got Agnidev's association. I'm amazed at the association of Charu Prabhu, of my Guru Maharaj, of Agnidev, of the other exalted Vaishnavas that I've gotten the association. And Hare Krishna.
Sorry, just to make this faster, I know everybody by name. So we're going to invite Rasvilas Prabhu from the Salt Lake Yatra to come and speak a few words. And we'll just keep calling the local devotees just for a few minutes, and then we'll do a Pushpanjali. We'll distribute some wonderful Mahaprasad, and then we can go downstairs maybe and feast together. Let's see.
नमो विष्णु पृष्ठाय कृष्ण पुतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी नामी जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद. My interactions with His Grace Agnidev Prabhu were just for the last 3 years since he moved to Spanish Fork. But those interactions were on a very common ground, as Rameshwar Prabhu and others Maharajas say that he loved cooking, and that's my whole and soul also. I love cooking. And we oftentimes talk about cooking. Over the phone, we one time almost opened a restaurant in Salt Lake City, actually. So, on His Grace Charu Prabhu's memorial, I was just sitting right there, and Prabhu was just standing. And all I can say is, Jai Anilo Premadhana, Karuna Prachur. So he was singing that song, and I could feel and I could see him. He was just kind of, in between lost. His voice was slowing down, and he still could finish. He was playing kartal, and he still could finish the whole song, whole bhajan, very nicely. Only the wise soul can do that. He was feeling that stroke. It was coming actually, that spur of moment. And after that even, because we were running out of time, after that also he wanted to read the translation of the whole bhajan. And he has that much of energy. And that stroke is coming. Can you believe that a common person undergoing a stroke and then still singing the bhajan, still wanted to serve Srila Prabhupada, and still wanted to continue? That was His Grace Agnidev Prabhu. He visited us a couple of times at our home, and he shared few stories. One of the stories he shared about his wearing turban, when Charu Prabhu made him wear the turban. That was a very funny story. We all heard that story. And how he has hair cut shaved off because that's what the trend is. We all do keep short hair or we don't have hair. And Charu Prabhu wanted him to, no, you have to wear turban. And that's the solution they found. Such story he shared. One of the things I want to read about Kirtana from Chintamani Vani. By chanting the holy name of the Lord, one dissolved his entanglement in material activities. Simply by chanting the holy name of Krishna, one is relieved from all the reactions of sinful life. Chanting means accepting oneself as the eternal servant of Lord, of Krishna. And that's what His Grace Agnidev Prabhu was. He was always into Kirtan. He was doing Harinam, I think, first time consistently in 15 years since Salt Lake City Temple started. We have seen Harinam ongoing on Saturdays just because of His Grace Agnidev Prabhu. A devotee who believes that the holy name of the Lord is identical with the Lord is a pure devotee. And that's what His Agnidev Prabhu, His Grace Agnidev Prabhu was. He was pure devotee. And the devotion was always reflected, the way he talked, the way he lived holy name, the way he cherished, he wanted to serve. The Lord can be seen and heard by persistent chanting of the transcendental sound. And that's what He provided, not only to us, but the whole community. And I still remember that incident when Maharaj mentioned about the year before Prabhu visited Sadhu Sangha in Boon. His Holiness Indradutt Maharaj announced that His Grace Agnidev Prabhu, which is hospital, SS chant. So we all chanted in Sadhu Sangha, almost 3,000 devotees there. And then the following year, when he was walking in the hallway, Kirtan Hall, everyone was just silent with amusement, silent with surprise, and silent, with excitement. And then everyone was so excited after seeing Agnidev Prabhu in the Kirtan Hall. And he did Kirtan for half an hour or so. That's what he wanted to do. So can you believe that after going through heart surgery, within few months he came back to Sadhu Sangha only to do Kirtan. And that's where his heart was. So we all can cherish his presence, and we will keep sharing, as Mother Nimai mentioned, that his kirtans are there on tubes, recordings are there. We all will keep cherishing his presence through his kirtans, through his bhajans, and then he's around, he will be around always. So let us just chant Hare Krishna 3 times in Prabhu's honor. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. His Grace Agnidev Prabhu ki Jai.
Sundari Priya and her husband Govindaraj Prabhu to please come up. Pardon? Together, yes. We want to come together as couples. All the couples that we invite, please come.